sentence you to life in confinement without parole.
That's f***ing horse shit. You do whatever the f*** you want.
Stop shutting my mic off, please.
Your Honor,
Why are they shutting my mic off?
because he's talking.
I'm the federal witness of the United States federal government. I demand some goddamn respect, you. All I did was trespass on property.
Ma'am, you gotta create the community that you want to live in.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Your Honor, while we wait, would you like to do the 33-day motions?
We can. All right, the first 33-day motion I have is Candon Richardson, 22 CF 2702.
Denied. Information was filed.
So I've got Terrence Bernard Collier, 22 CF 3118.
Granted. Notice of non-filing.
I've got Joe Nathan Crittenden Massey.
Case number.
Is 22 CF 3177.
Granted. Notice of non-filing.
So I've got Mark Raymond Gerald Jr., 22 CF 3046.
Granted. Notice of non-filing.
So we've got Jason Thomas Throckmorton, 22 CF 3050.
Granted. Notice of non-filing.
We've got Tyrell Levy, 22 CF 3029.
Granted. Notice of non-filing.
We've got Christian Vasquez, 22 CF 2225.
Granted. Case was no billed.
Okay. All right, that's our 33-day motions.
Was it Mark Jarrell you said was granted?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, may counsel approach as well,
Yes.
very briefly?
Both of us?
Yeah, I was just letting.
Okay. Well. Okay. All right, folks, we're going to get started with our initial appearances on our domestic cases. The first case we have this morning is Dale Grayson. And anybody that's going to give testimony out in the gallery, if you can just, they'll let you into the room.
No, Your Honor, it seems you may need to open the door.
All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Good morning, Your Honor. Dale Ryan Grayson here on my own behalf.
Okay, all right, Mr. Grayson, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery that's domestic related.
Sorry to interrupt, Your Honor, but I did retain a private attorney.
Okay.
I'm sorry?
The attorney's here on Teams. We've got Rachel Shaw on Teams, okay. So you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery. It's domestic related. Ma'am, what's your name, please?
Olivia Grayson.
All right, Ms. Grayson, if Mr. Grayson's given a bond and released, do you want him to have contact with you, or do you want him to stay away from you?
I want him to have contact with me.
Are you in fear of him?
No, not when he's not drinking.
All right. Does the state have any questions for Ms. Grayson?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Shaw, do you have any questions for Ms. Grayson? I am. Are you able to hear me now? Okay, let's see.
And Your Honor, we can barely hear Ms. Shaw.
I know, it's the, I don't know that I can do anything about that. Any better? Why don't you do that? Yes. Okay. Yeah, the technology isn't great, and even when it doesn't pipe in through the overhead. Yeah, let's go. Let's swear in anybody out in the gallery that's going to give testimony. If you could just please stand, we're going to place you under oath, including you, Ms. Grayson.
Raise your right hands, please. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, thank you. All right, are you able to hear me now, Ms. Shaw? Yes, sir. Okay. All right, we've got Ms. Olivia Grayson, who has indicated that she is not in fear of Mr. Grayson and wants to have contact with him. Do you have any questions for Ms. Grayson?
Yes, and I'm sorry if I repeat something I didn't get this question. Ms. Grayson, do you live together?
Yes, we live together.
And do you have children together?
I'm sorry?
Do you have children together?
Yes, we do.
Yes?
Yes.
That was a yes.
Thank you. Does Mr. Grayson have a business out of the home?
Yes, he does.
Okay, and would you feel comfortable calling the police if you felt threatened?
Yes.
And do you understand the judge gave a called no harm order to Mr. Grayson? Non-threatening, non-violent.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
The court can order no hostile contact between the two of you.
Okay.
Okay? That was a yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. All right, state, what's your position on bond?
No position, Your Honor. He's entitled to bond.
All right. And Ms. Shaw, what's your position on bond?
Judge, we're asking for a reasonable bond. Mr. Grayson is more village here. He lives in San Juan for 3 years. He supports his wife and 3 children. His business is all.
Okay. All right, I'm going to set the bond at $500 with the conditions that you have no hostile contact with your wife, that you consume no alcohol, possess no weapons or firearms. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, good luck. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
You have a good day, Judge.
Thank you. All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Morning, Marvin Brown.
Mr. Brown, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for an aggravated battery. It's domestic related. I'm going to, okay, based on your stated take-home income, the weekly amount, you'd make too much for the Office of the Public Defender to be appointed this time. State, you have a position on bond?
No, Your Honor.
I've reviewed the affidavit and the circumstances surrounding the, I'm going to set the bond at $1,000. I'm going to order that you have no contact with your daughter, Diamante Burgos, that you maintain a separate residence from her. So if she's living at that Cupid Avenue address, you're going to have to live somewhere else while this matter's pending. Okay, no contact with her. You can return to the residence one time with law enforcement escorting you to get your personal belongings. Do not go back there alone. Don't have contact with her if that's where she lives.
Okay.
Right. Now, understand, I'll answer your questions if I can. Understand that you've got the right to remain silent, so please don't construe that, anything that I've said, because today's not a trial. Okay, so today's just to set the conditions of release, and I've indicated that there's a bond and then those conditions that I indicated. So if you have any other questions, I'm happy to answer them now.
Yes, it's actually my place.
Okay. I understand that, but if she's living there right now, then you're going to have to live somewhere. I'm just ordering you to have a separate residence from her. So if she's living there, you're going to have to live somewhere else. Okay? If you want to, evict her, or then that's something, that's a separate process. For this process right now, it's you're to live separately from her and have no contact with her. Okay? All right. What do you mean? Your name, please?
Jasmine Graham.
Ms. Graham, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for child abuse and for battery. It's domestic related. Going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. State, do you have a position on bond?
No, Your Honor.
Does the defense have a position on bond?
Just a reasonable bond condition, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna, on count one, the child abuse, I'm gonna set the bond at $1,500. On the battery subsidiary, I'll set it at $150. I'm gonna order that you have no contact with the child or with, I don't see his name. Mark Andre Anthony Jr. Saunders. That's all.
Your Honor?
That's the victim of the battery. Yes, State?
Your Honor, can you, for one, tell me the case number, and also DCF was called regarding this, so if defendant could comply with any DCF plan?
Yep. So I'm going to order you have no contact with him or the child, comply with any plans set forth by the Department of Children and Families. Okay, and if you're still residing at the, if he's residing at the Days Inn, you just have to reside separately from him. You can return to the shared residence one time with law enforcement escorting you to get personal belongings. Otherwise, you're not to have contact with him or the child and comply with Department of Children and Families. Okay.
What's the case number?
I'm sorry, that's 22 CF 4477.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Lisa Petro.
Ms. Petro, you're here for initial appearance. Been arrested for an aggravated assault that's domestic related. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. State, you have a position on bond?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, can you speak up a little bit? I have a hearing problem.
Okay. All right, you've been arrested for an aggravated assault that's domestic related. And I asked the state if they have a position on bond, and I've appointed you the Office of the Public Defender to represent you, okay?
Yes.
Okay. All right, and defense, do you have a position on bond?
Just reasonable bond conditions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'm going to set the bond at $1,000. I'm going to order that you have no contact with Michael Logan. Appears to be your son. You're going to have to reside separately from him. So if he's living at that Rishley Runway address, you're going to have to live somewhere else while this matter's pending.
Your Honor, may I address the court?
Understand, well, I've appointed you an attorney, So you probably should say something to the attorney before you say it to me.
Like, he kind of knows I was going to do it. I spoke to him when we were in the,
Okay, understand today is not the trial. Today is simply to set a bond, which I've set, and conditions of release.
right, and that's what I want to address.
Okay, all right.
So my son is leaving for New York. My son has got a history of mental illness and alcohol and polysubstance abuse. I own the house. I pay for everything. I work remotely from my home because my office is in Manhattan. And so, since he's leaving, would the court permit me to go there if he's not there?
Yeah, yes, I'm not telling you you can't live there. What I am telling you is you can't live there if that's where he's living right now. If he leaves, that's fine. You can go back. That's not the issue. The issue is contact with him.
Right,
Does that make sense?
I understand.
Okay, all right. All right, so you're just to live separately from him, and if that's where he resides, you've got to live somewhere else. If he's not residing there, it's fine for you to go back.
How do I prove to the court that he's not residing there?
Well, I guess at some point, because someone's not going to be standing next to you 24 hours a day from the court, we have to kind of take you at your word that you're not going to do that. Because if law enforcement gets called, they're going to see that the court's ordered no contact, and you're going to get rearrested if he's there and you're there. Even if he invites you over, you'll get arrested.
I'm not going to violate the court.
Okay.
I'm not going to disrespect the court. That's
Okay.
not a problem.
Well, so I'm ordering you to reside separately from him, not to have contact with him. If he's residing there, you can go back there one time, but you have to be escorted by law enforcement to get your personal belongings. If he's left and gone to New York, then that, I don't have a problem at all with you living there. Okay? All right. Good luck, ma'am.
Sir, how you doing, sir?
Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
David Wallace, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Wallace, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a violation of a domestic violence injunction and possession of cocaine. You're also currently out on bond on a possession of MDMA and resisting an officer without violence, which you were on pretrial release.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. State, you have a position on on a new bond,
Okay.
on the new charge, and regarding the pretrial release status.
Okay. You talking?
I'm asking the state attorney's office.
Sir, okay. Sir.
Your Honor, I have no position with regard to the new bond. With regard to the out on bond, defendant was arrested February 22nd. As of this date, state has not filed formal charges. However, as it is a somewhat similar offense of drug possession, I would ask that you revoke the PTR and give a bond according to his history.
Defense?
If you are inclined to revoke the PTR, I would just have you set a reasonable bond, Your Honor. Otherwise, I would have you take no action and have reasonable bonds on the two charges before you today.
All right, so on the new case,
Yes, sir.
on the violation of the domestic injunction, I'm going to set the bond
Sir.
at $1,000, and I'm going to stay the bond on count 2, the possession of cocaine, at $1,000.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to order that you have absolutely no contact with your,
Okay.
looks like, is that your mother, Shirley Wallace? You're to have no contact with her. You're not to return to 5484 Karen Court, and that's also in accordance with the domestic violence injunction that's currently in place.
Right. Yes, sir.
Now, you're also not to possess any weapons, firearms, consume alcohol, or illegal drugs. On the case that you're out on bond on, or out on pretrial release, I'm going to revoke that pretrial release. I'm going to set a new bond at $1,000 on the MDMA and $500 on the resisting an officer without violence.
Okay.
Okay? So at this time, you're going to have bonds on everything, but most important is the condition you not have contact with your mom and you not go back to your mom's house. Yes, ma'am. habeas, revoke conditions of release. I don't, which of those bottom two boxes do I check?
Give me a minute.
Check one?
No, give me a minute.
Oh, okay. Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Eric Brown.
Mr. Brown, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery that's domestic related. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. And we've got a witness in the box. Ma'am, what's your name?
Sarah, Sarah Brown.
Sarah Brown. All right. All right, Ms. Brown, if I give, and I'm assuming that's your husband?
Yes.
Okay. If I give him a bond and conditions of release, do you want him to have contact with you, or do you want him to stay away from you?
I would like him to have contact.
Okay. Are you in fear of him?
No.
Okay. All right. State, do you have any questions for Ms. Brown?
Just one, Your Honor. Ms. Brown, do you live in the state of Florida? You'll be returning to California?
Pennsylvania?
Is that where you reside as a family? Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. State, what's your position on bond?
No position, Your Honor. It does appear that Mr. Brown qualifies for PTR. No objection to PTR.
Okay. All right. Defense?
Just reasonable bond conditions, Your Honor, with the ability to return to his home jurisdiction.
All right, Mr. Brown, I'm going to release you on pretrial release, so you won't have to post a monetary bond with the conditions that you have no hostile contact with your wife, Sarah Brown. Means if you get upset, you just got to try and walk away, okay?
Yes.
Order,
yes, Your Honor.
order that you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, possess no weapons or firearms. Court has no objection to you traveling outside the state as far as pretrial release, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck. Thank you, ma'am.
Your Honor, Delgado is medical, but he has a victim here.
Okay.
We would waive the appearance, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender on Natalia Delgado. All right. Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Michael Crozier.
All right, Mr. Crozier, I see you're listed as the victim. And Ms. Delgado is in medical, so she's not here today. But if I give her conditions of release, set a bond or otherwise, are you in fear of her? Do you want to have contact with her?
No, sir. I would actually like to say something in her defense first.
Okay. Well, understand today's not the trial, but if you want to make a brief statement, I'm happy to hear it.
That's fine. I just wanted to say that I feel like the situation of her being here at the moment, currently residing, is more or less my fault, just due to the fact that I had already left the home. Oops, my apologies. I had already left the home and came back, so technically, I don't know. I just personally feel like the instigator of the situation, so I feel concerned for her and whatnot. But no, I don't feel for her, feel fear for her, and I would like to have contact with her. She may not want the same, but at the very least, I do want to do everything in my power to help her get out of here as quickly as possible.
Okay, let me see if I can, because it's difficult to hear you, but let me see if I can sort through what I heard.
Yes, sir.
Do the two of y'all live together?
Yes, sir. We have for the last 3 years.
Okay. Do you want to remain living together, or do you want her to live somewhere else?
I would really hope that we can live together.
Okay. So are you okay with the court ordering that that she have no hostile contact with you?
What is the predefined terms of that?
Hostile contact, this common understanding what hostile means. If there's an argument, you cannot escalate into physical violence. That obviously, no contact means no contact.
Yes, sir.
No hostile contact means what is commonly understood as hostile.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that fine? Okay. All right. State, do you have any questions for Mr. Crozier?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the defense have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, I'll set the bond at $500. I'm going to order no hostile contact with the victim, and consume no alcohol or illegal drugs, possess no weapons or firearms. Okay? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Ralph Marden.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Martin, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery that's domestic related. I'm going to appoint actually, your take-home income is the amount as stated, that you make too much to qualify for the Office of the Public Defender. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You do. You do qualify. Okay, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. I was looking at it wrong. All right, and we do have a witness. Ma'am, state your name, please.
Wanda Sue Martin?
All right, Ms. Martin, and Mr. Martin is your husband?
Yes.
Okay. If I give him a bond and conditions of release, do you want to have contact with him, or do you want him to stay away from you?
I want no contact at my house or his mother's house. I take care of her.
Okay. So are you in fear of him?
Yes.
Okay. State, do you have any questions?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, do you have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so, State, do you have a position on bond?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, do you have a position on bond?
Just reasonable bond conditions, Your Honor, please.
Okay. I'm going to set the bond at $500 with the condition that you have no contact with Wanda Martin, that you maintain a separate residence from her. You can return to the shared residence one time with law enforcement escorting you to get your personal belongings. You're not to go back there alone. You're not to have contact with her. She's also asked that you not be able to reside at your mother's house because that's a place where you go, Wanda Martin, you go to take care of his mother.
Yes, sir. She's got a broke leg. I've been taking care of her since she's been home.
Okay. All right, and do you know that address?
428 DRAGE Drive, Apopka, Florida, 32703.
Okay, so I'm going to order you not to return to that address either, sir. So you're going to live separately, have no contact with your wife, possess no weapons or firearms, consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. Yeah, but, well, it'll be both. Okay? All right, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. That's good. Yeah, that's good. All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Angel Martinez.
Mr. Martinez, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery that's domestic related and also open carrying of a firearm. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. And ma'am, what's your name, please?
Melissa Pabon.
All right, Ms. Pabon, I see you're listed as a victim here. Ms. Pabon, if Mr. Martinez is granted a bond and conditions of release, do you want to have contact with him or do you want him to stay away from you?
Contact.
You said contact?
Contact.
Okay. Are you in fear of him?
No.
State, do you have any questions for Ms. Pabon?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Pabon, do you live together?
Yes.
Has something like this happened before?
No, not to this extent.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Does the defense have any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, it looks like he qualifies for pretrial release. State, do you have an objection to pretrial release?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Does the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. I'll release you on pretrial release on both counts with the following conditions: that you have no hostile contact with Ms. Pabon.
Yes, ma'am. sir.
that you consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. I'm going to order, while this matter is pending, that you not possess any weapons or firearms. That includes the firearm that was taken in evidence. All right, so at this point, if you have any other firearms, those have to be, you have to give them to a friend for safekeeping while this matter is pending. You're not to possess any weapons or firearms, okay? Okay, thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes, ma'am.
with regard to the weapon, can he just turn it into law enforcement, get a receipt, and then show the receipt to clerks?
I don't know if he has any other weapons. I'm just going to order that he not be in possession of them, so if he wants to turn, the weapon at issue was taken into evidence.
Okay.
I don't know if he's got other weapons or not, and I don't know that I can, I don't know that I can ask him. So I'm just ordering that if you had other weapons or firearms, you need to turn those over to safekeeping with somebody else. Okay? No. Morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Ayana Mata.
Ms. Mata, you're here for initial appearance. Been arrested for a battery. It's domestic related. Going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. State you have a position on bond.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Does the defense have any positions on bond?
Just reasonable bond conditions. She does otherwise qualify for pretrial release.
Okay. All right. I'll release you on pretrial release with the following condition: that you have no contact, looks like with your mother, Shantania Bell. You maintain a separate residence from her. So if she's residing at that North Pine Hills Road apartment, you're going to have to live somewhere else. You can return there one time with law enforcement to get your personal belongings. You're not to go back there alone. Not to have contact with her. Not to possess any weapons or firearms, consume alcohol or illegal drugs. Okay, good luck.
Your Honor, DCF was contacted regarding this case, so if defendant could comply with any DCF plan?
Yeah, if, can you also comply with any orders of the Department of Children and Families? Okay. What do you name your name, please?
Lakeisha Williams.
Ms. Williams, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery. It's domestic related. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Okay. State, do you have a position on bond?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, do you have a position?
Just reasonable conditions. She does otherwise qualify for PTR.
Okay. All right, I'm going to release you on pretrial release with the following conditions. You have absolutely no contact with what appears to be your son, Ontarius Roberts. Maintain a separate residence from him. If he's living at that address on C.R. Smith Street, you're going to have to live somewhere else. If he doesn't live there, that's fine. You can reside at the residence. But no contact with him. Possess no weapons or firearm, that includes pepper spray, and consume no alcohol or illegal drugs. All right, good luck, ma'am.
Thank you.
Morning, ma'am, your name, please?
Allen.
Ms. Allen, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested on an Osceola County warrant for failing to appear for case management on a charge of grand theft. They set the bond at none, so they're going to notify Osceola County that you're here, and they'll come get you within 24 hours. Okay?
May we be appointed, Your Honor?
Yeah, I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Michael Burney.
Mr. Burney, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested on a Volusia County warrant. Looks like for failing to appear, for driving with a suspended license, and operating a motor vehicle with an expired registration. The total bond is set at $323. So do we need to break that out, or no?
That's how they do.
Okay, so the total bond is $323. So
Okay.
if you're able to, you can bond out here in Orange County, you can post a bond here, be released, and then you'll have to go back to court in Volusia County. If you can't bond out, they'll notify Volusia County, they'll come get you within 72 hours.
Okay, yeah, I'll bond out.
You don't have to tell me what you're gonna do.
Oh, okay.
I'm just here to tell you why you woke up in jail, so,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I didn't know I had the
We don't
warrant for that.
we don't have to talk about it. Okay, all right. Good luck, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Maybe be appointed in the interim, Your Honor, for the out-of-county cases, just in case someone falls through the cracks. It's in your discretion, of course.
I'm not gonna appoint you for that.
All right.
For that case, if there's one that looks like it may become an issue, then I'll certainly revisit it. So.
Understood, Your Honor.
Good morning, sir. Your name, please? Okay, Jose Vasquez Sanchez, you've been arrested on a Polk County warrant on charges of, looks like burglary of an occupied structure and grand theft motor vehicle. All right, the bond has been set at $5,000 on the first count and $1,000 on the second count. Okay, all right, good luck, sir. I'm sorry, I gotta finish. Hold on. Sir, I need to tell you, if you're able to, you can post the bond here in Orange County, and you can get released from Orange County if you're able to post the bond. If you can't post the bond, they're gonna notify Polk County that you're here, and they'll come get you within 24 hours. Okay? All right. Yeah. Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Mark Wilson.
Mr. Wilson, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested on a Miami-Dade County violation of probation warrant regarding sexual battery. Bond is set at none. Okay, what they're going to do is they're going to notify Miami-Dade that you're here. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender on this case. They're going to notify you're here. They should come get you within 72 hours, not including the weekend. Odds are it won't be until probably Monday or Tuesday before they come get you, okay? All right, good luck. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Morning, Raymond Janelle.
Mr. Janeo, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a violation of probation
Correct.
pursuant to a warrant. Looks like you were on probation for fraudulent use of personal identification information. Allegations that you violated probation are that you committed a new offense, reckless endangerment in the first degree in New York. Okay. In addition, that you committed, looks like multiple new offenses, tampering with physical evidence, leaving the scene of an accident, possession of cannabis, robbery, possession of weapons in the third degree. Judge set the bond at none. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this matter. Thank you. Good luck. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Drew Havlick.
Mr. Havlick, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested pursuant to a warrant for a violation of probation. You're on probation for robbery. And allegations are that you failed to report to probation, whereabouts unknown. Okay, I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender. Bond set at none. All right. Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Aaron Howard.
Mr. Howard, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a violation of probation. You were on probation for escape. Allegations that you violated are that you changed your residence without permission, You committed the new offense of fraudulent use of personal identification information out of Smith County, Texas. And that you committed, looks like fraudulent possession or use of credit cards also out of Smith County, Texas. Bond is set at none. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Good luck.
Your Honor, Liebold, she's a refusal.
Liebold refused. Okay.
Waive the appearance as well, Your Honor.
Okay. On Liebold, got two cases, violation of conditional release. Or it's, looks like a violation of pretrial release, possession of fentanyl. Going to revoke the pretrial release and set bonds. $1,000 on count 1, $250 on count 2, $100 on count 3. And a second case, there's a warrant for a new possession of fentanyl and possession of drug paraphernalia. And those bonds have been set at $500 on count 1, $100 on count 2. Appoint the public defender in both cases. Excuse me. Good morning, ma'am. Your name, please? You said Brittany Woods? Ms. Woods, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a violation of probation. Pursuant to a warrant, you were on probation for aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. Allegations that you violated are that you changed your residence without permission, whereabouts unknown. And that appears to be it. Okay. The bond is set at none on the warrant. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
All right, thank you.
Okay, good luck. All right, we will be in recess until
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
We're starting with Spanish, I assume?
James Royal.
Then the Portuguese.
So we're going from bottom to top?
Yeah, then the Spanish, then the Mohawk.
Okay.
Then the Arabian.
Is it the language line?
Madam Interpreter?
Yes, I can barely hear you.
3, 4.
All right, is this any better?
Yes.
All right, good afternoon. This is Judge Duckworth, and we're here for initial appearances.
Good morning.
Good morning. And Madam Interpreter, have you been sworn today?
I have not.
Okay, let's swear in the interpreter.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear to translate from Creole to English, English to Creole, truthfully in these matters here today?
I do. Isabel DeRocher, court interpreter, certified.
Good morning, sir. State your name, please.
Bonjour,
Morning.
monsieur, qui j'aimerais?
You able to hear?
Monsieur, qui j'aimerais? Vous entendez-moi? Qui j'aimerais?
No, pas moi, c'est James Wendy Royal.
My name is James Wendy Royal.
Mr. Royale, you're here for initial appearance in case 22 CF 4471.
Monsieur Royal, ou là pour première accusation première lecture des charges dans le cas 4471.
Parle ça dit non?
Est-ce que vous parlez créole?
Non, ou ka répéter ça, ça dit encore s'il vous plaît.
Can you please repeat what you said because I did not hear?
Sir, you're here for initial appearance. You have been arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia.
OK. Ou là, monsieur, pour première comparution, yo arrêté ou parce que ou te gagne cocaïne avec affaire pour faire drogue.
The bond is set at $1,000 on the first count.
Premier bond là pour premier cas, c'est $1,000.
And $100 on the second count.
et $100 pour deuxième accusation.
Do you want me to appoint an attorney to represent you?
Est-ce que vous voulez pour juge là bon un avocat pour représenter ou?
Or do you want to hire your own attorney?
Ou bien est-ce que vous voulez prendre avocat PAO?
Qui ça dit encore?
What did you say? What did you say?
Okay. You've been arrested for possession of cocaine. The bond is $1,000.
OK. Yo arrêté ou parce que ou te gen cocaïne, bond là c'est $1,000.
You've been arrested for possession of drug paraphernalia. The bond is $100.
Yo arrêté ou parce que ou te gen bail pour faire drogue, bond là c'est $100.
Do you want me to appoint an attorney to represent you in this criminal matter, or do you want to hire your own attorney?
Est-ce que vous voulez pour juge là bon avocat public ou bien est-ce que vous voulez aller prendre avocat PAO?
Non, il est bon, il est bon avocat public parce que bagan avocat pour quoi? Il est bon avocat public.
No, he can give me a public attorney because I don't have any money to go get an attorney for myself. So he can get me a public attorney.
I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
Juge là a bon avocat public, okay?
Good luck, sir.
Your Honor,
Bonne chance, monsieur.
are you going to take no action on his out-on bond?
I don't have a cover sheet for out on bond.
What's the case number?
There's two.
There's a few. They're incompetent to proceed cases.
There are incompetent issues in the out on bond cases?
For at least one of them, Your Honor. The two that I see listed, one is 21 CF 241. On May 9th, he does have a competency status, but with regard to the second case, which is 21 MM 1716, he has arraignment April 29th.
I'll take no action.
And it's just those two, correct? Okay, I got it.
Is the gentleman still there? Is there anything you want me to relay?
No, ma'am, we're all done with him. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Was it the only one?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. We have to call the language line now? That's the Portuguese. Okay, so let's do our Spanish. Is it the Portuguese or Spanish?
He is Portuguese. Spanish.
Yeah, let's, yeah, the Portuguese 11, let's bring this, let's do the Spanish, I'll call it on that.
Good morning, Your Honor. This is Rafael Barrera, State Certified Court Interpreter. I have been previously sworn.
Thank you.
Sí. Okay.
Your Honor, the interpreter can confirm the defendant is able to hear through the headsets.
Good morning, sir. State your name, please.
Rubén Fernández López.
Rubén Fernández López.
you're here for initial appearance in case 22 MM 2571. You've been arrested for trespass on property after warning.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I didn't get a chance because due to the language barrier to go over the plea form with him. I did give him a plea form in Spanish to review, but I don't believe he was aware of what I was trying to convey. I would just request ROR so he can speak with his attorney with an interpreter, go over those rights, unless the court wants to convey the state's offer to
What was the offer?
was a withhold and time served and no return to the Walmart location.
All right, Mr. Fernandez Lopez, it appears that you qualify for pretrial release. Excuse me. And I would release you on pretrial release with the order that you not return to the Walmart on John Young Parkway where you were arrested in this matter. In the alternative, if you wish to get the matter resolved completely today, you could enter a plea of no contest to the charge. You would be given time served, which is 2 days in jail, yesterday and today, with the same order not to return to the Walmart, plus the court costs. How would you like to proceed today? Would you like to be released on pretrial release, or would you like to resolve the matter completely today?
Terminar esto el día de hoy.
I want to finish with this today.
Okay.
Just a moment, Your Honor, to
All right.
prepare a form.
Yes. All right, sir, I've been handed a plea form. It has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom? You have to answer out loud.
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you wish to resolve the trespass charge today, as I previously indicated?
Sí, de declararme guilty. Declararme culpable porque.
Yes, I just want to plead guilty because
Okay. I'll accept your guilty plea to the trespass. I'm going to withhold adjudication. I'll give you credit for the 2 days you served in jail. I'll give you 350 days to pay the court costs. You have 30 days to appeal. Most importantly, I'm going to order you not to return to that Walmart on John Young Parkway. You understand, if they see you back there, you're just going to get arrested and you'll be back here. You don't want that. All right. Good luck, sir.
No.
no.
They'll process you. You'll be released. Good luck.
Le van a procesar y le van a dar su libertad. Buena suerte.
Thank you.
You too.
Your Honor, are there any further cases that require the assistance of the interpreter this morning?
Yes, we've got 2 more.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the interpreter can confirm the defendant is able to hear through the headsets.
Good morning, ma'am. State your name, please.
Aishalian Abraham Rodriguez.
Clarification, Your Honor.
Aisha Leán Abraham Rodríguez.
Aisha Leán Abraham Rodríguez.
Ma'am, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for failing to appear at an arraignment on a charge of petty theft. The bond is set at $5,000. And we've got an attorney, David Messinger, has already filed paperwork on your behalf. All right. Good luck, ma'am.
Your Honor, the interpreter can respectfully request a case number on this last defendant, please.
Yes. So 22 MM 2041BO. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wait, I'm sorry. It looks like the attorney filed on the co-defendant. So in this case, I'll appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. Good luck, ma'am.
Sí.
Your Honor, the interpreter can confirm the defendant is able to hear through the headsets.
Good morning, sir. State your name, please.
Modesto Luna Valencia.
Modesto Luna Valencia.
Sir, you're here for initial appearance. Several cases. First, you've been arrested for failing to appear for an arraignment back in 2019 on a charge of driving with a suspended license as a habitual offender. That case is 2018 CF 16248. The bond is set at none. I will appoint the office of the public defender to represent you in that case. Actually, in all cases. Next, you've been arrested for operating a motor vehicle with a revoked license, or it's driving with a suspended license, and driving with an expired driver's license. Those bonds are set at $500 each. Those are case number 22 CT 698 and 699. Public defender's been appointed in both cases, or all cases.
Can you please advise the defendant that
He has an immigration hold. Also, apparently you have an immigration hold. Good.
Yeah, well, I think so.
Okay.
A mí me arrestaron en 2019. No comparecí a la corte porque me pusieron hold de migración y migración me deportó.
Yeah, I got a failure to appear in 2019 because I was arrested, and then immigration took me away and deported me.
Okay. All right. Well, I've appointed you an attorney, and you can address those issues with the attorney at this point. Good luck, sir.
Yes.
That's all our Spanish?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Your Honor. Have a good morning.
You too.
Good morning. This is Paulo Lara, Portuguese interpreter.
All right, good morning. Good morning. This is Judge Duckworth.
Good morning, Your Honor. I have not been sworn yet today.
All right, let's swear in the
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to translate from Portuguese to English, English to Portuguese, truthfully in these matters here today?
Yes, I do. Paulo Lara, Portuguese interpreter.
All right, good morning, sir. State your name, please.
Bom dia, senhor. Por favor, diga o seu nome.
Claudines Moreno da Silva.
Claudines Moreno da Silva.
Mr. De Silva, you're here for initial appearance.
Senhor da Silva, você está aqui para comparecimento inicial.
Sim.
Case numbers 22 CT 2157.
O número do seu caso é 2022 CT 2157.
Ok.
Ok.
You've been arrested for the offense of driving without a valid driver's license.
Você foi preso pelo crime de estar dirigindo sem uma carteira de habilitação válida.
Sim, estava.
Yes, I was.
The bond is set at $500.
E a fiança está...
I'm sorry.
E a fiança está estabelecida no valor de $500.
And I'm appointing the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this matter.
E eu estou nomeando o advogado da Defensoria Pública para te representar neste caso.
Your Honor, would the court consider an ROR on this? There was an offer to resolve, but I spoke with Mr. De Silva, and I believe he could get a valid license and resolve it a different way.
Meritíssimo, nós poderíamos considerar uma outra opção, levando em consideração que eu falei com o senhor da Silva, e ele poderia tentar conseguir uma carteira de habilitação válida.
Eu tenho uma pergunta que não é para fazer.
I have a question, if I can ask.
Your Honor,
Yes.
with regard to the ROR, generally I would not object to that. The offer was a withhold. However, if you look at the face sheet, it appears that Mr. De Silva has an alien inadmissibility, so I don't see how he could get a valid license.
Yeah. No,
Vossa Excelência, eu vejo que neste outro formulário, a gente poderia suspender a acusação, mas eu estou vendo aqui neste formulário que o senhor da Silva, com relação à questão imigratória, ele tem uma inadmissibilidade, então eu não sei como ele conseguiria uma carteira de habilitação válida.
The court will deny a motion for ROR.
O tribunal vai indeferir esta moção para esta outra alternativa.
Ok.
Ok.
That's all we have, Mr. Interpreter. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a great day.
You too.
Bye.
All right. Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Yes, good morning. My name is Kenneth Angel Burgos.
Mr. Burgos, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for resisting an officer without violence. You're also currently out on bond. Felony charges. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Let's see. What's the state's position on the out on bond?
Your Honor, as he is out on bond for an offense that is the same as this new offense, I would ask that you revoke bond and hold him at no bond.
All right. What's the defense position?
There is a similar charge, but different circumstances. If you are inclined to revoke his out on bond, I would just have you set a new bond, perhaps revoke and double. I believe that would be reasonable.
Okay. I've reviewed the affidavit. I'm going to, the bond on the new charge is $500. I'm going to revoke the bond that he's currently out on, set that bond at none. and you've got an attorney in that case, they can file the appropriate motion in Division 22 if you want to seek a bond, again, in that case.
Your Honor, David Dancy is mental health.
We'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
Dancy, I'll stay the bonds, $500 on count one, $100 on count two, order no return to the scene and no contact with the victim. Public defender appointed.
Thompson is a refusal.
Can we move to reset that, Your Honor? I'm here tomorrow, so I'll try to see if he.
Yeah,
wants to talk
let's
to us
reset Thompson for tomorrow.
tomorrow. There's an offer to resolve.
Morning, sir. Your name, please?
My name is José Vicencio Ioannis.
All right, sir, you're here for initial appearance. Been arrested pursuant to a warrant for criminal mischief, place of worship. A bond is set at $2,500. And
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. And you're currently out on bond. We've got several cases here.
If I may, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
He has been deemed incompetent to proceed by a recent order, April 12th, 2022, signed, done and ordered by Honorable Judge Jewett. I would just have you consider that before making a decision on his out on bond cases. He's incompetent to proceed in 22 CT 853. He's incompetent to proceed in all his cases.
Yeah. My concern is we've got the same charge, which we don't see often, criminal mischief, place of worship, that he's set to come back in June for from last year. What's the state's position?
Your Honor, I do understand that he is incompetent to proceed, but it appears as though the defendant's behavior is escalating.
Okay, I'm gonna, so I'll stay the bond on the warrant. In 2021, I'll take no action on any of the other ones except for 2021 CF 9257AO. It's the same charge. I'm going to revoke that bond, set it at none, and go back to the judge, and I presume that that's one that we've got competency issues, and that judge can address whether or not to release him. The rest will be no action, just that one.
Your Honor, with regard to the new law offenses, do you have one or two case numbers? I have two case numbers, 4216 and 4217.
I've got 4216, that's a $2,500 bond. 4217, same charge. Two separate dates, both bonds are $2,500. And no return.
Call your lawyer, ask for a bond hearing, I'm giving you. Or they can come visit you, and you show them this, okay?
I cannot live with this one today. I cannot live with this one today.
You can't leave today.
Okay.
No, you can't.
I cannot.
You have to call us, say you need a hearing.
One moment.
This number here, first number, 407-836-00.
Calling today, right?
Call today, yeah.
And
say, come visit me.
And come visit me.
Mm-hmm.
And talk to who?
Lawyer. Okay?
Honor, Wilkerson's refusal.
Was he the one in the wheelchair?
Wilkerson refused.
We'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the public defender in both cases. Stay the bonds at $1,000 each. Burgos, one of the Spanish ones? Okay. Yes. Medical? Okay. Let's see if we can reset him for tomorrow.
I could just waive and enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Okay, or we'll enter not guilty and public defender previously appointed set for pretrial.
Division 63 pretrial conference, May 12th at 1 p.m. in 10B.
All right. Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Mari Robert Landry.
Mr. Landry, you're here for arraignment. You've been charged with trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance, and the public defender was previously appointed to represent you.
There was an offer to resolve, Your Honor. In this case, on the trespass and adjudication of guilt, court time served, no return to 1900 Lake Atrium Circle. I spoke with Mr. Landry, went over the plea form with him. He reviewed that, and I believe he wishes to resolve today. May I approach?
Yes.
Just a moment. Sorry, I had to sign it.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Landry, I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to withdraw your plea of not guilty, enter a plea of no contest to the offense of trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. In this misdemeanor case, you'd be adjudicated guilty, be given credit for the 38 days you've served in jail, plus costs in order not to return to the scene. That'll resolve this case without a trial. Is that your understanding, and is that what you want to do?
Yes.
Okay. Holding up this plea form, it has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it?
Yes.
All right, to that charge of trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept that. I'll adjudicate you guilty, give you credit for the 38 days you served in jail, order you not to return to the scene. Understand if you do, they're just going to rearrest you. So don't go back. You've got 350 days from the date of your release from all incarceration to pay the cost. You got 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing. All right. Good luck, sir.
All right.
Your Honor, O'Neill is medical.
This will run concurrent if he's with any other sentence. I know he's got other stuff going on. O'Neill is medical.
Yes, sir.
We'll waive the appearance today, Your Honor, and enter a plea of not guilty.
It's going to be Division 84 pretrial conference, May 26th at 8:45 a.m. in 4B.
Walker, also medical.
We'll waive the appearance, Your Honor, and enter a plea of not guilty.
Division 63 pretrial conference, May 12th at 1 p.m. in 10B.
All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Jimmy Ray Williams.
Mr. Williams, you're here for an arraignment. You've been charged with a city ordinance violation, open container.
We're going to enter a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Of not guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we'll set for pretrial.
Division 81 pretrial conference, May 20th at 9 a.m. in 4E.
Your Honor, Can we clarify probation status on Mr. Williams? May I have the pretrial conference date again, Madam Clerk? My apologies.
It's Division 81 pretrial conference, May 20th at 9 a.m. in 4E.
You can call us.
Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
John Carlos Castellon.
Sir, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a battery. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender. The bond set at $500 with the condition that you have no contact with the victim in the case. All right. Good luck.
Okay.
No. This is Christopher Lewis.
Yes.
We'll waive the appearance. I'm sorry, what was the reason? Maybe we move for a reset. Maybe he'll talk to me tomorrow.
We can reset Mr. Lewis for tomorrow. Otherwise, the bond's $250. Yeah, we'll reset him on.
You want to just reset them all together?
Yeah, yeah.
Damn it.
Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Ivory Melvin.
Mr. Melvin, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for open container. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
I did speak with Mr. Melvin as a friend of the court over the terms of the offer from the state, which is a withhold and time served. We went over the plea form. He reviewed that. I believe he wishes to resolve with no contest plea. May I approach?
Yes. All right, Mr. Melvin, I'm handed a plea form indicating you wish to enter a plea of no contest to the open container charge, that the agreed sentence would be a withhold of adjudication credit for the 2 days you served in jail and costs, and that would resolve the case. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm holding up this plea form. It has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the opportunity to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
All right, so that charge of open container, second-degree misdemeanor, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept that. I'll withhold adjudication credit for the 2 days you've served in jail. I'll give you 350 days to get the court costs paid. You've got 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing.
Okay, thank you.
All right, good luck. Good morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Deborah Cooks.
Ms. Cook, you're here for initial appearance. Been arrested for urinating or defecating in public.
Your Honor, I was able to speak with Mrs. Cooks. We spoke about the state's offer, which is a state's offer on behalf of the city, which is a withhold and time served. I believe Ms. Cooks wishes to resolve it, went over the plea form. I believe she understands that and wishes to enter a no contest plea.
Okay.
May I approach once she signs it?
Yes.
Thank you.
I spoke as a friend of the court, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cooks, I'm being handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the charge, be a withhold of adjudication, credit time served, so you'll get out on this charge today, okay?
Thank you.
Okay, and I'm holding up this plea form. It has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Do you have the opportunity to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it? Okay. All right, to that charge of urinating in public, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept that. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for the 2 days you served in jail, give you 350 days to pay the court cost. You've got 30 days to appeal, so they'll process you. You'll get released today.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck, ma'am. Morning, sir. Your name, please? What's your name, please?
Keith Cowell.
Cal, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for open container, a city ordinance violation.
Right.
Your Honor, may I be heard on this?
Sure.
The details in the affidavit are lacking. The officer spent more time describing the ordinance than describing the beverage Mr. Cowell had. And I believe these officers know Mr. Cowell very well and pick him up almost every day for the same offense. It's not a violent crime. He isn't really bothering anybody. And I would plead to the bench for withholding time served on this. I know we'll probably be having the same discussion with many others in the future, but the state's offer of 5 days in jail, I believe, is a little punitive for what may be an ordinance that criminalizes homelessness along with the disorderly conduct ordinance when it comes to panhandling, but that's more of a philosophical argument than a argument for today.
Does the state object to the court considering a plea to the bench?
Your Honor, if I could just explain why for every other case I've given a withhold and credit time served, but for this case, Mr. Cowell was just arrested on the same offense 2 days ago. He also has 21 misdemeanors. I don't believe it's punitive, Your Honor. It is just merely, as Mr. Brands explained, he goes back to the same place and does the same thing.
Okay.
I mean, the officers aren't even describing the beverage anymore. It seems like it's just an easy arrest. And it kind of irks me because we have other issues to address in the court, and these tend to gum up our docket. But I suppose that's an argument for the city council, not the judge.
Okay. I see the history, and it's the theory to say it's an easy arrest. It's just the repeated behavior. At some point in time, it's got to change. So either if that's what you choose you're going to do, you probably got to do it somewhere else. Or if you go back to that place, you can't do it. So it's at some point it's, you understand that law enforcement are going to patrol, and if they see you, I understand the argument that you're an easy target, but the report says that they observed an individual drinking from a distilled beer can, and I think that's enough for at least for probable cause. I don't know if it's enough for the city to charge it, if they would or they wouldn't. I don't know. That's not for today. So, given the repeated behavior, I don't know that it necessarily does the citizens any good to put you up for the night or 2 nights or 3 nights. That seems like a waste of money, but the other aspect of it is the repeated behavior. So if you want to resolve it with a plea to the bench, I'm not going to give you what you want. I'm not going to give the state what they want. I'd give you 3 days in jail, and you have credit for 2, so you'll be released, probably after midnight, if you want to get it resolved.
Do they release inmates in the morning at all? He can't see at night, so if he's released after midnight, he'd be at a
I
disadvantage.
don't, I don't know what time he'd be,
He'll be released sometime tomorrow morning.
it'd be sometime tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Would it be an adjudication as well?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, Mr. Cowell, I'm being handed a plea form indicating you wish to withdraw your plea and enter a plea of no contest to the open container city ordinance violation. Plea to the bench where you'd be adjudicated guilty, be given credit. You'd be sentenced to 3 days with credit for 2 days, and I give you time to pay the cost. That would resolve your case. Is that your understanding? Yeah. Holding up the plea form, it has your name at the top. Is that your signature at the bottom? Okay. All right, to the open container, city ordinance violation, how do you plead?
Guilty.
I'll accept that. I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 3 days, give you credit for 2, give you 350 days to pay the cost. You got 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing. All right, good luck.
Thank you, sir.
May I have a moment to confer, Your Honor, with the next client?
Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Terrence Lee.
Mr. Lee, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a city ordinance violation of disorderly conduct.
There was an offer to resolve, Your Honor, withholding time served. I spoke with Mr. Lee about the offer as well as the contents of the plea form. I was not able to give him one to review before court, but I spoke with him here in court if the court would like to question him about those rights. But I believe he wishes to resolve that today with a no contest plea.
Okay.
May we be appointed in this case as well?
Yeah, does he want to resolve it?
Yes, I believe so, but yeah, there's no need to appoint us. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. All right, Mr. Lee, I'm being handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the offense of disorderly conduct. It'd be a withhold of adjudication. You'd be given credit for the 2 days you've served in jail. That would resolve this case plus cost. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
All right, holding up the plea form, it has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
All right, to the charge of disorderly conduct, how do you plead?
No contest.
I'll accept that. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for 2 days, give you 350 days to pay the court cost. You got 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right, good luck. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Timothy Paul Taylor.
Mr. Taylor, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a city ordinance violation, disorderly conduct. Also, currently, where you were ROR'd, looks like on a possession of controlled substance. Okay.
Your Honor, I did speak with Mr. Taylor about the state's offer on the disorderly. It's a withhold and time served. I spoke with Mr. Taylor, went over the plea form, gave him one to review. I believe he wishes to resolve today, and I would have you take no action on the out on bond cases.
Okay.
He has been working with our office, and he has been working with the court to resolve this issue today.
Okay.
That's it.
All right, Mr. Taylor, I'm being handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to the offense of, the ordinance offense of disorderly conduct to withholding credit for time served. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
Holding up a plea form, it has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Did you have a chance to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it?
Yes, sir.
All right, to that city ordinance violation, disorderly conduct, how do you plead?
No contest, sir.
I'll accept that. I'll withhold adjudication, give you credit for the 2 days you've served in jail, give you 350 days to pay the cost, 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing. I'll take no action on the out on bond.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Your Honor, this is Mr. Travis Warner. When you're ready.
All right. Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Morning. Travis Warner.
All right, Mr. Warner, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for, let's see, looks like a trespass and a possession, looks like open container, city ordinance violations. Okay. I've been handed a plea form indicating you wish to plead no contest to those 2 city ordinance violations, and what was the agreed disposition?
It was a withhold and credit time served, Your Honor. I spoke with Mr. Warner before court, and went over the plea form. He had one to review as well.
Okay. In addition, I'd order you not to return to that, looks like it's called the Red Sea store.
Yes, sir.
If you go back, you're just going to get rearrested. So do you wish to get the matter resolved today?
Yes, sir.
Holding up this plea form, it has your name at the top. Is this your signature at the bottom?
Yes, sir.
Did you have the opportunity to read, review, and understand the document before you signed it?
Yes.
Okay. All right, to that city ordinance violation, which is a trespass, how do you plead?
No contest.
And to the open container, how do you plead?
No contest.
Okay, I'll accept those pleas. I'll withhold adjudication on both, give you credit for the 2 days you've already served in the jail. I am going to order that you not return to the Red Sea store. Understand, and I'm reading right here, you've been trespassed from there before. If they see you, you're going to be right back here, okay? You got 350 days to pay the cost, 30 days to appeal. Any appeal must be in writing. All right, good luck.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, Mr. Barnes, bonded.
Barnes bonded, thank you. Morning, sir, your name, please?
How you doing, Your Honor? My name is Jari Bennett.
Mr. Bennett, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for a violation of mental health pretrial release. All right, and I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Looks like you're on pretrial release for burglary of a conveyance and petty theft. And looks like you failed to show for your treatment plan. So the bond is set at none. So you'll have to go back in front of the judge in Division 15 if you want to get released. All right, I've appointed the public defender.
I would object to the no bond status. I believe he's entitled to a bond even on a violation of release. Unless it's a punishable by life charge or he's out on bond, you revoke the out on bond. I still believe he's entitled to a bond under the statute and the rule for criminal procedure.
I don't know that he is. What's the state's position?
Your Honor, I'm going to look that up right now. Your Honor, per the statute that is cited, it says that a court may on its own motion revoke pretrial release and order pretrial detention if the court finds probable cause to believe that the defendant committed a new crime while on pretrial release. That's per the statute, Your Honor. So you can order pretrial detention if there is a finding that he committed a new crime.
May I rebut, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
I believe the violation itself is the charge. I'm unaware if the case that he's out on bond in is still pending. So the charge itself, I believe he'd be entitled to bond on. As to pretrial detention, I believe the rule and case law is fairly clear that if to hold a client in pretrial detention for a charge that's not punishable by life or a capital crime, the state would need to file a pretrial detention motion, which I don't believe they have here.
But we're not at that stage.
I understand, Your Honor.
We're past that stage. So,
I would still object for the record.
yeah, I'm going to hold them on, set the bond at none. You can go back in front of the judge in Division 15.
Your Honor, Mr. Brown bonded.
Thank you.
Brandon Chapman bonded also.
Thank you.
Waive the appearance, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender and stay the bonds at none. Morning, sir. Your name, please? So Andrew Gordon?
Sure.
You're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for possession of cocaine with intent to sell or deliver, trafficking of cocaine greater than 28 grams, possession of less than 20 grams of cannabis, possession of methamphetamine, and possession of MDMA. All right, I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Bonds are going to be stayed, $150 on count 1, $50,000 on count 2, $100 on count 3, $150 on count 4, $150 on count 5. All right, good luck, sir. Thank you. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Elijah Johnson, sir.
Mr. Johnson, you're here for initial appearance. Okay, you've been arrested pursuant to a warrant for failing to update your driver's license as a sexual offender. And the bond is set at $10,000.
Your Honor, would you consider a bond reduction on that?
Normally, the bond would be $2,500. I'll set the bond at $2,500. You've also been arrested for a new charge, possession of cocaine and possession of less than 20 grams of cannabis. Those bonds are set at $1,000 on the first count, $100 on the second count. You've also been arrested on view for a violation of probation. You're on probation in 18 CF 15474, and that bond is going to be stayed at none. Okay. Good luck, sir. Good afternoon. Your name, please?
Patrick Johnson.
Mr. Johnson, you're here for initial appearance Been arrested for possession of cannabis with intent to sell or deliver and possession of less than 20 grams of cannabis. Okay. You're currently out on bond. Has the state made a filing decision in the out on bond case?
No, Your Honor. Defendant was arrested January 14th. As of this date, formal charges have not been filed.
All right, sir, are you asking me to appoint the office of the public defender in this case, or are you going to hire an attorney?
Could you repeat that?
Do you want me to appoint an attorney, or are you going to hire an attorney?
I'll hire one.
You're going to hire one, okay. Okay.
Maybe we'd be appointed in the interim.
Well, at this point, what I'm going to do is, because the state hasn't made a filing decision on the out on bond case, I'm going to double the bond on the possession of cannabis with intent. I'm going to double to $2,000, and the possession of less than 20 grams, I'll double to $200. I'll take no action on the out on bond. All right, good luck, sir.
Your Honor, Lisa Marie is a refusal.
Refusal.
We'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the public defender. Bond will be stayed at none.
Manek is also a refusal.
We'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
All right, I'll appoint the public defender, and on Mr. Manick, stay the bond at $1,000.
No contact, Your Honor.
I'll order no contact with the victim.
Marcano is also a refusal.
We'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the public defender, stay the bond at $1,000. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Michael Lee Montgomery.
Mr. Montgomery, you're here for initial appearance. Been arrested for failing to appear at your trial management conference, March 30th this year. Charges of sex battery and kidnapping. The bond set at none. I'll appoint the public defender to represent you.
I already have a lawyer in that charge.
Oh, you have a lawyer?
Yes,
Okay.
but he's the public defender.
Okay.
When will be the court date for me to see my judge?
Right now, I don't know. We won't have a date yet, will we?
The date that they have in here,
Thank you so much.
Mr. Montgomery, they have an arraignment date, May 18th at 8:30.
Yeah, it looks like there's a May 18th date set right now for arraignment. They may set you for another date in the meantime.
Excuse me?
Right now, there's a date of May 18th, which is an arraignment date, but that's a control date. That date may change. Okay, so what you just need to contact your attorney,
Yes.
okay?
Yeah, my attorneys, we was trying to have it where I would go to court the next day after missing court, but I got arrested. As long as I talked to my attorney. It'll be good.
All right, good morning. Your name?
Quan Moody.
Mr. Moody, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested pursuant to a warrant for aggravated battery with a firearm and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Okay. That's the same one. I'm going to appoint the office of the public defender to represent you. State, do you have a position on a bond on count one?
No, Your Honor, but he is entitled to bond.
Okay, defense?
He is entitled to reasonable bond on all counts.
All right, I'm going to set the bond in count one at $5,000. Count two's already been set at $4,000. In addition, I'm going to order that you have no contact with the victim, that you possess no weapons or firearms.
Thank you.
Good luck. Morning, your name, please?
Matthew Nash.
Mr. Nash, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for burglary of a structure and grand theft motor vehicle. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. The bondsman said it.
Your Honor.
30. Go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt. May I be heard on count 1?
Yes.
As to the burglary charge, under the burglary statute, it's an entry in a dwelling structure conveyance with an intent to commit an offense unless the premises at the time are open to the public. And as reading through the arrest affidavit, the late night drop box was allegedly the object being used to relay the facts in count 2. I believe if it's a late night drop box, people are able to walk up to it and drop the keys in there. So I didn't read any facts that he entered a building or jumped a gate or, jimmied a lock or anything like that. So I believe the walking up to the drop box is not enough to charge with a burglary charge.
State, what's your position on that?
Your Honor, just because it is open to drop off the keys does not mean the business is open. It means that you drop off the keys and you walk away. He was not an invitee. He had no business there.
Hold on, you don't say anything.
He was not an invitee. He had no business there, Your Honor. And per the affidavit, he admitted to stealing the keys through using fishing line and a magnet.
I guess the question is a drop box a structure, or is it curtilage of the structure? I don't know.
I would say it's on the business, Your Honor, and therefore, in order to get to the drop box, he had to cross the curtilage.
But I don't, that's the thing, the affidavit doesn't say where the drop box is. Is the drop box standalone in the parking lot, or is it actually attached to the business? I think if it's attached to the business, it's probably sufficient, at least to arguably say it's the curtilage of the, to reach inside the box at some point.
I looked through the notes of decision and didn't find anything specifically for a drop box, but I assume that if it's a late night drop box, the general public can drop keys, can walk up to the box, drop the keys, even if it's within or connected to the business building. I believe that is under the statute open to the public, even though I think those are two different scenarios. If it's open to the public or they are licensed or invited in. In this scenario, I believe it would be open to the public.
Okay. Well, the affidavit doesn't even say where the box is. It doesn't say if it's a standalone or if it's actually attached to the building, and I can't guess.
Your Honor, may I have 24 hours to clarify that point?
Yep.
Thank you.
So I'll give the state 24 hours to clarify on that issue. So at this point, I'm simply going to stay the bond at $3,500 on count 1, $150 on count 2, with the order not to return to the U-Haul at 508 North Goldenrod Road. And if you haven't bonded out, then we'll see you tomorrow. Okay?
So PC on count 1?
Yeah. PC challenged on count 1. State given 24 hours.
PC on count 2.
There is PC on count 2. Good morning, ma'am. Your name, please?
Alicia Orr.
Ms. Orr, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested pursuant to a warrant for a robbery with a firearm, burglary of a conveyance, armed, and petty theft. Let's see. The robbery with a firearm is an F1 PBL.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I'm going to stay the bond at none on count 1. Bond on count 2 set at $25,000. Count 3 set at $1,000. So I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender, and your attorney can file the appropriate motion in Division 10 to seek to get you a bond in that case. In the meantime, no contact with the victim, no return to the scene, no weapons, firearms, no contact with any co-defendants. All right. Good luck, ma'am. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Victor Rodriguez.
Mr. Mr. Rodriguez, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I'll appoint the office of the public defender. The bond stated 1,000 on count 1, 100 on count 2. All right, good luck. Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Spencer Schubert.
Mr. Schubert, you're here for initial appearance. Been arrested for grand theft, third degree, and criminal mischief. You've also been arrested for possession of methamphetamine and possession of drug paraphernalia. All right, are you asking me to appoint the office of the public defender to represent you in these cases, or are you going to hire an attorney? I'll appoint the public defender. On the grand theft bond set at 1,000, criminal mischief bond set at 100. Order you not to return to the University of Central Florida campus. While this matter is pending, in addition, I'm going to stay the bond on the possession of methamphetamine at 1,000 and the paraphernalia at 100. Good luck, sir.
Your Honor, Torres Cardona is a refusal.
We'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the office of the public defender and stay the bonds, 1,000 on count 1, 250 on count 2. Order him not to return to the Lacoste clothing store on International Drive.
Hector Vasquez is also a refusal.
We'll waive the appearance, Your Honor.
I'll appoint the public defender, stay the bonds at none for failing to appear for case management. All right, good morning, sir. Your name, please? What's your name, please?
John Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. All right, sir, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for being in possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. That bond is set at $4,000. I am going to appoint the office of the public defender to represent you.
Sir.
Your Honor, we would have you take no action on the out on bond case, and we would also humbly request the court to lower the bond amount on the current charge. His wife has been trying to get money together to bond him out, and thinking of her, I would have you lower the bond amount so they don't have to collect as much. I believe the out on bond case is unrelated to the current charge as well. It's not a similar offense. I don't know the status of the case, but I would still have you take no action.
State, do you have a position on?
Your Honor, I would either ask that you revoke and double the out on bond, or you raise the bond on the current case. He is out on bond on possession of cannabis over 20 grams, and one of the reasons that they approached the vehicle was because when they approached the vehicle, they did observe the green leafy substance on Mr. Washington's pants. So drugs are still involved, even though he was not charged with a drug offense.
Okay. All right. I'll stay the bond at $4,000. I'll take no action on the out on bond. It hasn't been filed on yet.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Good luck.
Thank you, Your Honor. I will be serving you.
Good morning, sir. Your name, please?
Ryan White.
Mr. White, you're here for initial appearance. All right, you've been arrested for grand theft, third degree, and uttering a forgery. Going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you in this case. The bond is set at $2,500 on count one, $1,000 on count two. I'm going to order you not to return to the First Horizons Bank on Edgewater Drive while this matter is pending. All right, good luck. Well, I've appointed you an attorney, and you've got a bond, and if you're able to bond out, you can bond out, or you talk to the attorney, and the attorney will advise you on how to proceed from there. All right? Good luck. Morning, sir. Your name, please?
Joseph Williams, sir.
Mr. Williams, you're here for initial appearance. You've been arrested for failing to appear at a motion hearing back on January the 3rd of this year on a charge of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. The bond is set at none. The public defender is appointed. All right. Good luck, sir. All right. Is that it? That's it? All right. Very good. We're in recess.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
Madam Interpreter, this will be case number 2022 MM886, Karen Jimenez Rojas.
Got it, Your Honor. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Good afternoon, Ms. Jimenez.
Buenas tardes, señora Jiménez. Good afternoon.
Ms. Jimenez, you were arrested based on an allegation of battery of domestic violence related.
Señora Jiménez, a usted la arrestaron con relación a una alegación de un acto de agresión por violencia intrafamiliar. Okay.
Give me just a minute.
Un segundito.
I have read the charging affidavit, and I do find probable cause for your initial arrest.
He leído el affidavit acusatorio y hallo de que existe una causa fundada o motivo fundado para el
Your Honor, if
arresto.
I may, the interpreter is really low.
Yeah, I don't have any ability to turn up the interpreter from here. I've got her as loud as she'll go.
Oh, yes. 1 second, Your Honor. Let me close my door so I can speak up a little louder.
Thank you very
1
much.
second, please. Thank you. Is this better?
Ms. Jimenez, can you hear the interpreter a little better?
Señora Jiménez, ¿ahora le puede oír a la intérprete un poco mejor? Yes, better.
Thank
Yes. Gracias.
I found probable cause for your initial arrest. I am going to set a bond in this case in the amount of $500 plus pretrial release conditions.
Hallo de que hay una causa o motivo fundado para el arresto inicial. Le voy a fijar la fianza en la suma de $500 y además se le van a imponer condiciones para que se le deje en el programa de libertad previa al juicio.
I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests.
Le voy a nombrar la oficina de los defensores públicos para que ellos representen sus intereses.
You're going to have no contact with the alleged victim, Mr. Mueller.
No deberá tener contacto con la presunta víctima, en este caso, el señor Mueller.
You will not return to the location where this is alleged to have occurred.
No podrá regresar al lugar donde se alega de que esto sucedió.
Ms. Clark, would you like to inquire whether she needs to return one time for some personal belongings?
Señora abogada, ¿quisiera usted indagar si ella necesita acaso volver al lugar, aunque sea solamente una vez, para recoger sus bienes personales?
Yes, Your Honor, she would.
Sí, su señoría, ella quisiera hacerlo.
The court will approve that she return one time to get some personal belongings while this case is pending.
El juez aprueba que regrese al lugar donde esto presuntamente ocurrió una vez para que usted pueda ir a recoger sus bienes personales,
Mr. Donnelly?
mientras este caso esté pendiente.
Judge, the victim in this case is also in on a case, so we'd ask that they maintain separate residence, but I don't think that a no return order is necessary, as I assume one of them will be living at that residence.
Su señoría, la presunta víctima en este caso también tiene un caso aparte.
Mr. Michael
y
Mueller for a
entonces
battery as well.
También por un caso de agresión doméstica, así que no creemos de que vaya a haber ningún problema.
Interpreter's low again, we can't hear.
Okay. Madam Interpreter, we're having a difficult time hearing you.
Yes, Your Honor. The interpreter couldn't hear completely who was speaking about the alleged victim in the case, having another domestic violence case as well, and the interpreter couldn't hear the last part about returning to the residence or not.
Mr. Donnelly, if you'll repeat your statement, please.
Peter Donnelly for the state. I'm requesting that Your Honor set a maintain separate residence order, but not include no return.
Sí, le voy a pedir a su señoría de que por favor fije una orden que diga de que las partes, cada uno tiene que tener su domicilio aparte uno del otro, pero con la orden de que prohíbe que vayan a regresar al lugar.
It seems, Ms. Jimenez, that both you and Mr. Mueller were arrested based on this incident.
Señora Jiménez, parece que tanto usted como el señor Mueller, los dos fueron arrestados a raíz de este incidente.
The court is going to delete the no return to the property condition.
Entonces el juez va a eliminar la condición que le prohíbe regresar al lugar en cuanto a ir a buscar bienes personales.
I will amend that to that you are to maintain separate residences with Mr. Mueller.
Y entonces lo voy a modificar de manera que diga de que usted tendrá que tener un domicilio aparte de aquel del señor Mueller.
If you lived together, you and Mr. Mueller can figure out who's going to return to the home through pretrial release.
Y si usted y el señor Mueller estaban viviendo juntos, entonces van a tener que determinar por medio del programa de libertad previa al juicio quién va a regresar al domicilio que compartían.
Ms. Jenkins, any
She
additional?
did not qualify for pretrial immigration status.
Are we maintaining the one-time?
Madam Counselor, would you kindly repeat the last thing you said regarding pretrial?
All right. Ms. Jenkins is indicating that she doesn't qualify for pretrial release based on immigration status.
La señora Jenkins ha dicho de que usted no reúne los requisitos necesarios para que se le deje en el programa de libertad previa al juicio a raíz de su estado migratorio.
Court's going to delete pretrial release, but you will have the rest of the conditions as a condition of your bond.
Así que el juez va a eliminar la condición de que se le deje a usted en libertad bajo la supervisión del programa de libertad previa al juicio, pero todas las otras condiciones con respecto a la fianza van a permanecer en vigencia.
If Mr. Mueller returns to the property, you won't be able to be there except the one time to get your personal belongings.
Y si el señor Mueller regresa a la propiedad, a usted no se le permitirá estar allí más que una sola vez que usted va a poder ir para buscar sus bienes personales.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, I'm not able to communicate with her in Spanish, but so I want to make it clear while we're standing here at the podium, she still has a $500 bond. She just
Correct.
doesn't have the pretrial release, correct?
That is correct.
Su señoría, yo no me puedo comunicar con ella en español, pero quería asegurarme de que ella entiende, mientras todavía estamos aquí en el podio, de que ella de todas maneras tiene una fianza de $500, pero no se le va a poner bajo la supervisión del programa de libertad previa al juicio.
Thank you.
Gracias.
¿Qué quiere decir eso?
What does that mean?
What it means is that you can't have contact with Mr. Mueller.
Okay, I understand.
Lo que eso
And,
significa es que no puede tener contacto con el señor Mueller. Okay, I understand. Y
and if you live together, you guys aren't going to be able to live together while this case is pending.
si ustedes estaban viviendo juntos, no van a poder vivir juntos otra vez mientras este caso esté pendiente.
And you have a $500 bond that you will need to post prior to your release.
Y antes de que a usted la dejen en libertad, tendrá que depositar la fianza suya, que es de $500.
Understand?
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Clark, can you ask if there's any other folks that need the assistance of our interpreter?
We have one, he has a private attorney, his name is Gabriel Gutierrez. I don't know if you have any private attorneys there present.
Don't.
Anyone?
State of Florida versus Gabriel Gutierrez, 2020 CF 3220.
Gabriel Gutiérrez, número de causa 2020 CF 3220.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gutierrez.
Buenas tardes, señor Gutiérrez.
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
You were arrested based on an allegation that you violated probation in 2020 CF 3220.
A usted lo arrestaron porque existe una alegación de que usted incumplió con su probatoria bajo el caso 2020 CF 3220.
Based on information from your probation officer, Judge Nix Walker issued a warrant with no bond.
Y en base a la información proporcionada por su oficial de probatoria, la juez Nix Walker emitió una orden de arresto en contra suya sin fianza.
You'll remain on no bond until you can see her.
Así que usted va a permanecer así, sin fianza, hasta que pueda verla.
I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you on this case.
Le nombraremos la oficina del defensor público para que lo representen en este caso.
If you have a private counsel that has entered a notice to appear, is that correct?
Usted tiene un abogado particular que presentó una notificación de comparecencia, ¿verdad?
Yo tengo juez así, abogado así.
I have an attorney, yes.
I understand. I'll withdraw the appointment of the Office of the Public Defender.
Entiendo, entonces retiro la asignación del defensor público.
Thank you, sir.
Gracias, señor.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Madam Interpreter, thank you very much for your assistance this afternoon.
You're very welcome, Your Honor, and I apologize for the audio issues.
No worries. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
State of Florida versus Brian LeBron, 2022 CF 1119.
It's approaching, Your Honor, they have to get him out of the cage.
I got you.
We'd like to waive the reading of the charges, and from what we understand, he also has a private attorney. Is there anyone present in the courtroom? Mr.
Negative.
Howard Johnson?
Negative.
No? Okay.
Ms. Clark, we're not showing a notice of appearance, so I'm probably going to provisionally appoint you.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Sure. Mr. LeBron, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. LeBron, you are here with us based on a warrant in 2022 CF 1119 that was signed by Judge Alvaro, has 4 counts on it. Your attorney, I'm going to provisionally appoint Ms. Clark and the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. I understand you're contemplating hiring private counsel, and we don't have their paperwork yet, so I want you to have a voice while you're in there. Judge Alvaro has issued no bond as to count 1, bond in the amount of $2,500 as to count 2, bond in the amount of $1,000 as to count 3, and bond in the amount of $100 as to count 4. State, I also note that he was out on bond for another felony case in 2022 CF 936. Was that regarding the same set of circumstances as the warrant?
I believe so, Judge. I do know that 2 cases even.
Your Honor, I do want to say that when the warrant was issued, I did turn myself in.
I'm not going to be your trial judge, I suspect, but that may come into their consideration if you make a request for bond in the future.
It was the same incident, Judge.
Okay. You were also out on bond on another case. I'm not going to take any action on that case as these arise from the same set of circumstances. I've appointed Ms. Clark in her office to represent you. If there are some considerations for bond, her office will know how to get you in front of the trial judge and make that request with after they've noticed the state. All that make sense? All right.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. State of Florida versus Amy Danielson, 2021 CF 1020. Good afternoon, Ms. Danielson. Ms. Danielson, there was a warrant issued for your arrest that was from Judge Young. It was apparently for a alleged failure to appear in that case. You're going to remain on no bond until you can see Judge Young or be considered for bond. I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender if they weren't initially on your case.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Florida versus Kunisha Davis. Good afternoon, Ms. Davis. Ms. Davis, there was a warrant issued by the late Judge Morgan back in May of 2018. The allegations were for violating probation in 2015 CF 2579. I'll read you what's on the affidavit of your probation officer. It says that you failed to report back in 2018, got behind on your cost of supervision, left the residence without consent, absconded from probation, they couldn't find you, and failed to pay some court costs. Based on those allegations, Judge Morgan issued a warrant for your arrest. Interestingly, the initial warrant doesn't have any bond amount. Your bond's going to be set in the amount of none based on the absconding allegation until you can get in front of Judge Young or one of his colleagues for consideration for bond, and I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you, hold on just a sec. Come on back. Did your family hire an attorney for you, Miss Davis? Mr. Barker's representing you? Okay, I'm going to withdraw the Office of the Public Defender. Sounds like you already have an attorney on board. Mr. Barker will be noticed of the hearing today and any subsequent hearings. Thank you. Thanks. State of Florida versus Gabriel Gutierrez.
We already called him, Your Honor. He's
Thanks.
spoke Spanish.
Sorry.
Okay.
Did he have another case? Got a VOP?
And for your information, Your Honor, Yamil Ortiz Galera, I know you're calling some of the warrants and VOPs. He refused.
Okay. You only have that one? You called it? All right, thanks. State of Florida versus Juanita Smith. 2021 CT 2649.
She's approaching, Your Honor.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Smith.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Ms. Smith, you were arrested based on a warrant signed by Judge Yancevich. It alleged that you failed to appear for arraignment on a traffic charge. Case was 21 CT 2649. Judge Yancevich issued a bond for you in the amount of $2,000. You're going to remain on that bond until you can get in front of her if you decide not to post bond. And I will appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interest.
You have a bond for $2,000.
They gonna keep it that high?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Judge Yancevich was in the best possible position to set the bond amount because she had the most information. I don't have any information about the failure to appear. Yeah, Ms. Clark can explain to you how the surety bond issue works.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. State of Florida versus John Biggs, 2022 CF 1141. Good afternoon, Mr. Biggs.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Mr. Biggs, you were arrested based on shooting or throwing looks like a missile, rocks into a building. I have reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for your arrest. Court's going to set bond in your case in the amount of $1,000. You're not to return to the scene where this occurred, which is the Dakin Avenue address. The court is not going to approve pretrial release in your case. Thanks.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it. I guess I ought to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Florida versus Tabitha Killen, 2022 CF 1142. Good afternoon, Ms. Killen.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Ms. Killen, you were arrested based on an allegation of child abuse without great bodily harm. I've reviewed the charging affidavit. I do find probable cause for your initial arrest. Court is going to set a bond in your case. Bond's going to be set in the amount of $1,000 with the special conditions that you have no contact with the child until this gets sorted out. You can make a petition to your trial judge later once we have some more information about considering some form of contact, but at this point it's going to be no contact, and you're not going to be able to return to the home. That's
Your Honor, she was notifying me that her teenage child is no longer lives at the house. She's been removed, so she was wondering if she could return to the residence.
I'm going to amend that to your not to reside with the child and maintain separate residences if the child is not home. But if she is there, you won't be able to return there. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interest.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. State of Florida versus Stephen Lassens. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you were arrested in the case number is 2022 CF 1143. The allegation is battery, domestic violence related, and domestic battery by strangulation. I have reviewed the charging affidavit and do find probable cause. I'm going to appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interest, and we have a witness here that is welcome to give their input regarding any conditions of bond. Good afternoon. Hold on just a sec. Let us swear you in, please.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
Michelle Lessens.
Thank you, Ms. Lassens. All right, as you've heard, I am going to be considering conditions of bond regarding whether it's appropriate for Mr. Lassens to have contact with you and whether it's appropriate to have him return to the family home. I'm going to ask you some questions, and then you're welcome to let me know your thoughts on that. First question I have for you is, do you have a cell phone? Are you able to contact law enforcement if there are any issues of future domestic violence? Thank you. All right. Has there been any issues of domestic violence in the past?
No.
Any children at home?
Yes, we have 3 kids.
3 kids? All right. Thanks. Their ages, please?
10, 8, and 3.
10, 8, and 3. Thank you. Do you guys live together?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to speak with pretrial release. It indicates that you would like to have contact with Mr. Lesens, and you would like the Mr. Lesens to return to the family home. Is that correct?
I would like the case dismissed if possible. They told me I could speak to you about it.
All right. I'm the trial judge, or I'm not the trial judge on this case, but I am a judge. I have no ability to dismiss the state's case against Mr. Lesens. That's a decision that the state attorney's office will make. There's a procedure that you can follow, and the first step of that procedure usually is to go over to their office and
I spoke to them today.
get a form. So you've been informed as to that issue. Are you in any fear of future, or any fear of Mr. Lesens if he returns to the family home? Any fear for the children regarding any acts of violence?
No.
All right, thank you. The state has an opportunity to ask you some questions as well. Mr. Donnelly?
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Clark, any questions of Ms. Lesens?
Your Honor, we couldn't hear that well in here, but I just wanted to ask her if she'd be comfortable with the no hostile contact order.
I don't want any of that.
She's requesting contact and requesting the charges be dismissed. I've
Okay.
indicated to her I have no ability to grant that request today. Mr. Donnelly, is there any appreciable criminal history regarding Mr. Lesens?
Judge, there's no history that the state could find. I do believe that they recently moved here. PTR, do we have any history that we know of?
2018 possession of cannabis, and 2019 simple assault.
Thank you, Officer Jenkins. All right, here's what the court's going to do. Ms. Lesens, you're in the best possible position to gauge whether you feel that you're in fear of Mr. Lesens or not. You've indicated through your sworn testimony that you are not and wish to have Mr. Lesens return home. Court is going to allow no hostile contact between you two. Mr. Lesens, that means exactly what it sounds like. No verbal arguments, no getting in each other's faces, no putting your hands on Ms. Lesens without her permission. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Court will also allow Mr. Lesens to return to the family home while this gets sorted out. Mr. Lesens, you will be noticed when and if the state decides to file any formal charges against you. You will be most likely noticed by mail at the address, so make sure that there's a valid address to the clerk's office. All right, the court is going to grant a bond in this case. Bond in count 1 is going to be set in the amount of $500. Bond in count 2 is going to be set in the amount of $500 with the pretrial release conditions as previously announced. All right, Ms. Lesens, Mr. Lesens is bondable with those conditions, and the decision as to whether formal charges are filed or not is up to the state.
Is there any way that we can do this without bond? He's literally the only person that makes money. I have nothing. He makes money. With him in there, I have nothing.
Understand.
He's never been arrested. We've never been through this. He's a good father. Like, it was just a misunderstanding.
I understand. That is the lowest bond amount that I'm willing to consider with the pretrial release conditions. So that will be the bond, and you can discuss that issue with some bondsmen that may be able to work with you.
Your Honor, on behalf of Mr. Stephen Lesens, does he qualify to be released on his own recognizance?
He does not.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. That's pursuant to Florida Statute 907.041, subsection 3, subsection A. Based on the amount of charges, I can't ROR them, so that's the best I can do, Ms. Lesens. Thanks. And I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender if not previously appointed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Florida versus Alexander Mabry, 2022 MM 887.
Your Honor, I had a PC argument for this one.
All right, thanks. Mr. Mabry, you were arrested in 2022 MM 887. The allegation is that you failed to leave a property. That would be the Sunnies on 13th Street in St. Cloud after previously being trespassed. Ms. Clark, whenever you're ready.
I just wanted to make the argument that I did not see the previous trespass warning within the arrest affidavit. I didn't see the number or the date or any other information. So within these four corners, it doesn't appear that he had previously trespassed.
Thanks. Mr. Donnelly, state's response.
Judge, it does state that the officer checked the records in reference to that address and that it revealed the defendant had previously been trespassed from that location.
Yeah, the written trespass warning isn't attached to the charging affidavit, but the officer has sworn that there was a previous trespass from that location. I was likely to release him direct pretrial release with the only condition that he not return to the Sunnies.
Your Honor,
Yes?
the paper that you got afterwards,
On just a sec.
my supervisor, she stated that he does not qualify for direct PTR because of immigration status. Because it takes time for the paperwork to come through.
All right. It doesn't appear that Mr. Mabry qualifies for direct pretrial release. Court will set a bond in the amount of $100 with the special condition that he not return to the Sunnies.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, and I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent his interests. Michael Mueller, 2022 MM 889.
One second, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mueller. All right, I think you're the second half of the equation. We've had a discussion already with your significant other. I have taken a look at the charging affidavit in 2022 MM 889. Do find probable cause for your initial arrest. The court is going to grant a bond in this case in the amount of $500 plus the following pretrial release conditions. You're to have no contact with Karen, and you are not to return to the family home except one time to get some personal belongings. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you. Ms. Clark, do you want to have a discussion with Mr. Mueller as to whether he has personal belongings at that location?
Yes.
Thanks.
Your Honor, against the advice of counsel, he'd like to speak to you.
All right, Mr. Mueller, like I said, if you want to argue about what the allegations are in the case, it's not a real great time to talk about that, but I'm not going to shut you down. I'll hear you out. What do you want me to know?
Thank you, Your Honor. I would just like to state that, I've never had any incidents of, any criminal, anything before.
Understood.
I'm an honorable discharge veteran. I'm a licensed insurance professional with USAA.
Yes, sir.
And I work remotely, so I was hoping if maybe for the collection of belongings, if Miss Karen Rojas, she could get her belongings, but for me to be permitted to stay at the residence due to my work, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know a thing about you guys, and I'm not going to make a decision as to who gets the residence or not. I have no idea, how you guys live your life or how that's split up. So I will amend your conditions to, you are to maintain separate residences. Pretrial release will have that conversation with you, and if they can figure it out amongst yourselves, then you can return. If she decides to be there, then you can't. And I'll allow you to return one time with law enforcement. Remember, today's just a probable cause determination. I don't know whether the state will file charges on this case or not. But I want you to be able to get your stuff, and I want you to have some voice while you're in there. You do have a bond now, and pretrial release will be out to talk to you about those conditions.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
There's no way the bond can be without bond for this?
Based on the charge, I have to establish a monetary bond plus pretrial, and if I'm going to do pretrial release conditions, it needs that monetary bond. So,
Thank you for your time, Your Honor.
yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
State of Florida versus Ortiz Galarza.
He refused, Your Honor.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Well, he's got a no bond, so you want to waive, or do you want me to recall him tomorrow?
Could we try to recall him tomorrow?
Yep. We'll recall his cases tomorrow. State of Florida versus Hernarine Ramdale, 2022 MM 890. Good afternoon, sir. Sir, you were arrested based on an allegation of battery domestic violence related in 2022, MM 890. I have taken a look at the affidavit. I find probable cause. The court's going to set a bond in your case. Bond's going to be set in the amount of $1,000 plus pretrial release conditions. Special condition of your pretrial release is that you are not to have any contact with Ms. Ravendra, or whoever that, Narain Navendra, sorry, I'm probably butchering that. You're not to return to the location where this occurred at the Elbridge Drive address. I'll allow you to return one time with law enforcement to get some personal belongings. Let me back up. I'm going to appoint Ms. Clark. Ms. Clark, do you want to inquire as to whether he and the alleged victim cohabitate? I know. Ms. Clark, do you want to ask, I've appointed you on this case, do you want to ask whether he and the alleged victim cohabitate?
One second, Your Honor.
Sure.
Okay, no, him and the victim do not maintain the same residence.
Okay.
Separately.
Right. Okay. How about the Elbridge Drive address? Is that Mr. Ramdale's address? Do you want to have that conversation with him? I got you.
It's a family member's home, but it's not his home.
Okay. All right. We're going to have no contact to that location. I'm going to delete pretrial release. He apparently doesn't qualify, so it'll be a straight $1,000 bond with a condition of bond that he have no contact and not return. Maintain separate residences, and I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
Thank
Good.
you, Your Honor.
Thanks. State of Florida versus George Redden. Good afternoon, Mr. Redden.
Good afternoon.
All right. Mr. Redden, you were arrested based on an allegation of battery domestic violence related. I've taken a look at the charging affidavit. Do find probable cause for the initial arrest. Bond's going to be set in the amount of $1,000 plus pretrial release conditions. Pretrial release conditions will be that you are to have no contact with the alleged victim. You're not to return to the location. And that's going to be... Is this a hotel? I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent your interests. Ms. Clark, you want to inquire? Looks like a West Earl of Bronson address. I'm not sure whether he's still there or not.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks. Is it transient? Oh, Sun Inn, got it.
No, Your Honor, that's not his residence.
Okay, this happened at the Sun Inn, so he can't go back to the Sun Inn. If he's got any personal belongings, he can go back there one time with law enforcement to get anything that's there. No contact, no return. PD's appointed. Thanks.
Your Honor, he'd like to know if the bond could be lowered some. It's possible. He said he'd be able to pay it. It won't be till the end of the month unless it could be lowered. He lives in Pennsylvania.
Understood. State, do we have any criminal history for Mr. Redden?
Judge, there was none local that the state saw. I don't know if PTR has the out-of-state history. I don't have access to that.
Officer Jenkins? $500 plus pretrial release conditions. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. State of Florida versus Michael Rogers, 2022, MM 892.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rogers.
How you doing?
Well, Mr. Rogers, you were arrested based on an allegation of trespass. I've taken a look at the charging affidavit. You do, there is probable cause for your initial, I'm not going to have a discussion with you. Let me get through what I need to get through, and then, Mr. Rogers, you can address the court. Based on the information in the charging affidavit, there's probable cause for your arrest that's already happened. Does Mr. Rogers qualify for pretrial release as to this case?
No, sir, he out on PTR.
Okay, thanks. You're already out on pretrial release for another case. That's 2022 MM 858. As to this case, bond will be set in the amount of $500. I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender on this case. State, do we know if this is alleged out of the same location that he's out on bond from?
It's not.
Okay.
I don't believe so, Judge. It's Walmart in the other case.
All right, thanks. Mr. Rogers, hold on just a sec. I've appointed Ms. Clark to represent you, and you're welcome to run over whatever you want to talk to me about through Ms. Clark, or you can just shout it out there, but it's going to be...
So I don't know how they could trespass me and arrest me.
All right, let's see. The Deputy Sheriff Altman indicated he did a teletype inquiry which confirmed that you were trespassed from the address at 2450 North Narcoossee Road in St. Cloud, Florida. So they checked. They think that you were trespassed from that location. I'm not going to take any action on your other trespass case. I understand that you're trying to find a place to be. You're not going to be able to go back to this place or the other place while these cases are pending. Do you understand?
Yes.
All right. Thanks. So you're bondable, and I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. Trelawney Tisdale, 2022 CF 1147. Thank you.
Your Honor, I had a PC argument for this one.
In just a moment. All right, thank you. Mr. Tisdale, sorry. Ms. Tisdale. You were arrested based on an allegation of battery, domestic violence related, and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon without the intent to kill. I have read the charging affidavit. Ms. Clark, whenever you're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. As far as the first charge of battery, touch, and strike, it appears that Denise, the other individual in this, appears to be the aggressor, and she was defending herself. According to Denise herself and her, she was the aggressor. As far as the second charge of the aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the statute reads that it's an intentional unlawful threat by word or act, and in this case, the gun in question fell out of the glove compartment. The magazine was not even in the gun. It appears as if the other person asked her to throw it out the window. When she did not do that, she refused to do that. She was being a responsible gun owner. When she saw that there was an argument between her and her girlfriend that was escalating, she took that said gun to a neighbor's house so that it wouldn't be involved in the argument, that neither one of them would have access to it. But at no point did she pull out the gun and point it at her. If she did point it at her, it may have been because she was picking it up off the floor. But I didn't read in the affidavit that she pointed it at her and made any threats towards her.
All right, based on a determination of probable cause, pointing a firearm at somebody, I guess, could be considered by a trier of fact as an act that puts someone, an ordinary person, in fear. It does note that Denise stated verbally that Trelawney pointed the firearm to Denise during the altercation. I think there's probable cause for both of the allegations. I will consider that in making a bond determination. I believe that we have some testimony that is forthcoming regarding the conditions of bond. I find probable cause. I also find that self-defense is an affirmative defense, and while that very well may be a defense in the case, there is probable cause for an unwanted touching. So court finds probable cause for both allegations. Ma'am, we're going to place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Would you give me your name, please?
Denise Ramary.
Thank you. And you are included in the charging affidavit as being involved in this incident. I'm going to be making some determinations regarding Ms. Tisdale's conditions of bond. Do you wish to give me some information about that?
Yes, I did also get a notary done, and it is with the state. I did state we were under the influence, and the gun was not pointed at me. It did fall out of the glove compartment, and I did say to throw it out the window. It was the heat of the moment, but it was not pointed at me, nor am I in fear of my life.
All right, thank you. Do you and Ms. Tisdale cohabitate? Do you live together?
We do.
All right. Are you in fear of Ms. Tisdale? Should she be allowed to return to the family home?
Yes, this is her first incident ever,
So you're not in fear?
I'm not in fear.
All right, thank you. And do you have a means of communication, like a cell phone, that you could call law enforcement if you were in fear? Have there ever been any incidents of domestic violence in the past?
Never.
All right, thank you. Any children at home?
No.
Thank you. State, any questions of
Do you know where the firearm currently is?
It's currently with the police.
So they actually recovered it? Okay.
Yes, from the neighborhood.
Are there any other firearms in your home?
No.
I don't have any further questions, Judge.
Ms. Clark, do you have any questions?
Your Honor, again, we couldn't hear anything. There's a lot of commotion. If I could just get a quick paraphrasing of what was said.
Not a problem. Ms. Ramnarine indicated that she was not in fear of Ms. Tisdale, that there were no acts of domestic violence in the past. She has a means of communication should she be worried about it. There's no other firearms in the home, and indicated that this was a first allegation for Ms. Tisdale.
No, Your Honor, 1 second, though. No question, Your Honor. Thank you.
Court finds probable cause. Bond in count 1 is going to be set in the amount of $250. Bond in count 2 is going to be set in the amount of $500 with pretrial release conditions. The pretrial release conditions are that Ms. Tisdale is to have no hostile contact with Ms. Ramnarine. That means exactly what you've heard me describe to this point. No putting your hands on your partner without her permission, no loud verbal arguments, no getting in each other's face. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Also, you're not to possess any firearms while this case is pending. The court will allow that no hostile contact and allow you to return to the family home.
Thank you, sir.
I'll appoint the Office of the Public Defender to represent you if not previously appointed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. Ms. Clark, is that the last of your clients?
Yes, Your Honor, that's it.
Thanks for your help this afternoon.
Thank you for filling in today. We appreciate it.
Of course.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.
On record. State and Public Defender's Office appearances, please.
Vaughn Marie Bias Black on behalf of the state. Megan Albrecht on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender.
All right, as I said, in case number 19 CF 6818, this is a case that we addressed. Defendant is Wiggins. Public Defender's Office was appointed yesterday. The court is aware that the co-defendant's name on the affidavit needs to be redacted because of his age, so that should not be public record. But I know he was seen at the Juvenile Justice Center. All right, let me go ahead and do Spanish interpreter cases. Robin, can I have the Spanish interpreter face sheets, please? I'm starting off with Sanchez, and then going to Aviles. Thank you, ma'am. We're just waiting for an interpreter.
Your Honor, the interpreter is on the line, and I just confirmed that the defendant can hear me now.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, raise your right hand, Madam Interpreter. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear that the translation you'll give from English to Spanish and Spanish to English will be to the best of your abilities, so help you God?
I do, to the best of my ability. Flavia Rodriguez, State Certified Court Interpreter.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Sir, please tell me your name.
Ramon Sanchez.
Mr. Sanchez, do you want a public defender to help you with your case? That's a lawyer.
Yes.
All right, I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender. Counsel for defense, does Mr. Carroll and Ms. Vacani work with your office?
Yes.
Okay, so he already has a public defender in the two cases where he's out on bond. In case number 19 CF 6858, I find probable cause for the charges of possession of cocaine and possession of drug paraphernalia. I'll stay those bonds. His total bond is $1,100 in that case. Let me review his out on bond cases. Because of the nature of the offenses, I'm revoking his release in 19 CF 4624 and 19 CT 2613AO. He'll be held at no bond status on the felonies. And on the no valid driver's license, I'll revoke his release, but I will give him a new bond of $500. Mr. Sanchez, the Public Defender's Office will help you with your case. Good luck to you. Sir, please tell me your name.
Ramon Aviles.
Mr. Aviles, you're here for case number 18 CF 2345. This is a warrant out of St. Lucie County. Corrections did confirm the warrant. Sir, you're being held at no bond status. You will be transported to St. Lucie County for your violation of community control. Good luck to you, sir. Counsels, any any PC challenges that I needed to be aware of beforehand?
No.
Okay, thank you. Madam Interpreter, I believe that's everything. Have a good weekend and happy Mother's Day.
I apologize, Your Honor. We are not connected to Osceola?
We're not ready for Osceola yet.
So I'll stay on the line, and when we are, I'll cover the Spanish cases.
Okay, it's going to be a little bit. Do you want us to just call you back, or how does that work?
I can stay on the line because I'm in the office right now.
Okay.
So I don't mind staying on the line.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do I need to press anything? No, we're fine. Okay, thank you. All right, let's go ahead and go to Mr. Jackson. Are you Mr. Jackson? All right, in case number 19 CF 6835, the court does find probable cause. I'll stay the bond reset till tomorrow, but because of his mental health status, I'll temporarily appoint the Public Defender's Office on Jackson.
And Mr. Johnson is mental health as well, Your Honor.
Jeremy Johnson, in case number 19 CF 6861AO. He's here for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, as well as aggravated assault with a firearm and reckless display of firearm. He's at no bond status. Because of his medical condition, I'll temporarily appoint the public defender, but I do find probable cause for all of these charges reset to tomorrow. Are we ready on Mr. Gilbert? Sir, tell me your name, please.
Ma'am?
What's your full name?
James Desmond Gilbert.
All right, thank you. Give me a moment, sir. Mr. Gilbert, you're here in case number 19 CF 6847 for charges of burglary of an occupied dwelling, petty theft of $100 or more, as well as criminal mischief. You do qualify for the services of the public defender. I'm going to appoint them to help you with your case. At this time, I find probable cause. I'll stay the bonds. Your total bond is
The bond so high, ma'am. I cannot. And plus, this is mistaken identity. So
Okay, you may not want to say anything else. All of your statements are being recorded and can be used against you. It is a burglary of an occupied dwelling. I do find probable cause, but because it was the carport, I'll modify that bond to $4,000 on counts 2 and 3. I will do subsidiary bonds. So your total bond is now $4,200. No return to the scene of the crime, and no contact with the victim. Good luck to you, sir.
thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Sir, yes, subsidiaries. Give me a moment on this one. What? I thought I signed them too, but when there's 2 pages, I get. All right.
The ones that were paper clipped.
Oh, what are we doing? Hold on a second. What do they do? All right, are you Mr. Kimball?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Mr. Kimball. You're here in case number 19 CF 6860, possession of cocaine, possession of drug paraphernalia, resisting officer without violence, possession of a grocery cart or dairy case, and soliciting without permit. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with all of these counts. I do find probable cause. I'm going to stay all of those bonds. And then in case number 19 MO 693 and 674, you already have a public defender and you're released on your own recognizance on that. Counsel for defense, do you want me to revoke his bond and set a low bond so he can start getting some gain time on that? Some credit time served, rather?
May I confirm?
Sure.
Your Honor, he's homeless, doesn't have any money, so I think in an abundance of caution, let's go ahead and set bond so we get credit.
I'll revoke his release in 19 MO 674 and 9673. I'll set bond at $100 per case. All right, good luck to you, sir. Sir, what's your name?
Michael Black, ma'am. Michael Black, ma'am.
Michael Black, you said? Give me a
Yes,
moment.
ma'am.
Mr. Black, you're already out on bond. Does Mr. Spencer work for the Public Defender's Office?
Yes, Your Honor, and it appears that that case is in competency proceedings.
Okay.
He may have been on conditional release. I couldn't quite
Let me
go
take
through
a
the
peek
whole
at that.
file.
Has there been a finding as to his competency, or is it still pending?
It appears so. It appears he may have been on conditional release.
Yeah. All right, the court is going to make a finding that in 17 CF 1555AO, the defendant has violated his conditional release. I'll revoke his release, put him on mental health pretrial release if he qualifies, and he can set any hearings in front of Judge Young. And then in case number 19MM4016AO, I'll also put him on mental health pretrial release if he qualifies. If not, I'll modify all the bonds to $100, but I do find probable cause for the offenses.
And Your Honor, the case is out on bond, do you want to set bonds for that? Because I have a feeling he might not qualify for the
I know, I'll set bonds at $100 apiece, but that needs to be modified in front of Judge Young because there is a violation of conditional release. He has, I think, 2 counts? Let me check that.
And you said 100 each count, or mental pretrial release on the Adams one?
Yeah. He just needs to be seen in front of Judge Young. Oh, I'll do mental health pretrial release if qualifies, as I said. And let me find the information on that. Information filed on 3/8/2017. It was 2 counts, battery on a LEO and resisting officer without violence. All right. You'll go back and see Judge Young, just in case they don't qualify you for mental health pretrial release, sir. Good luck to you.
Your Honor, is the public defender appointed on the new case?
Yes, I'll appoint the public defender on the MM case. What did they do here? Sir, what's your name?
Jonathan Bloomquist.
Mr. Bloomquist, good morning. You're here for a charge. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your cases. You're here for charges of resisting officer without violence, petty theft, and criminal mischief. Sir, I do find probable cause for all of these offenses. If you would like to resolve your case, you have credit for 1 day time served. I would adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 7 days in the county jail. So you'd be released in about a week. I'll give you a chance to talk to your public defender about resisting officer without violence, petty theft, and criminal mischief where there is probable cause. 7-day offer. I'm sorry, I thought I signed these.
I think it's the ones that were paper cut.
Okay.
This case should be after the last case that you had.
Thank you. Ready? All right, Mr. Bloomquist, are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, or medication that's affecting your thinking or understanding this morning? Could you hear me okay?
Yes.
Are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, medicine, or do you have any health conditions that's affecting your understanding today?
Yeah, I drink alcohol a lot, so.
Okay, is it still in your system? And do you well, first, let me ask the question this way. Do you understand everything that's going on now?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to talk to your attorney?
No.
What?
No.
You need more time to talk to her? Okay, I'm going to put him at the end of the docket. I'll keep the 7-day offer open.
I just like to get it resolved. And
I'm just going to give you time to talk to your attorney at the end of the morning. Raise. This one's incompetent. Yep, thank you. Sir, what's your name? Sir, what's your name?
Username Akai, KY.
All right, sir, you're out on release in case number 19MM1585AO for assault on a law enforcement officer and resisting officer without violence, and then you're here on a new charge, 19MO911AO. I'm going to appoint a public defender in your new case based on your mental health status and previously being found incompetent. I'll take no action on the out on bond, and I'll put him on ROR for the charge of disorderly conduct. The public defender's office will help you, Mr. Vu. Good luck to you. Good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name?
Thomas J. Cheek.
Mr. Cheek, you're here for a charge of trespass on property other than a structure or conveyance. Sir, you do qualify for the services of the public defender. I'll appoint them to help you with your case. I find probable cause. If you would like to resolve this case, the offer is an adjudication, 3 days. You'd be released tomorrow, Mr. Cheek. I'll give you a chance to speak with your attorney, and I do find PC.
You'd like to accept that offer, Judge?
All right, thanks. I'll give him a moment to read the paper and sign it. Mr. Cheek, did you read that paper while you were in back?
Yes, Your Honor.
For the record, I saw you sign it in open court. How do you plead to the charge of trespass? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty, sir?
No,
Excuse me, what did you say?
guilty.
All right, did anybody force, threaten, or coerce you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Sir, do you understand that if you were on probation at the time you committed these offenses, by entering a plea today, your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by pleading to this charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you understand the rights you're giving up by entering a plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'll go ahead and accept your plea of guilty to the charge of trespass. You're hereby adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 3 days in the county jail with credit for 1 day time served. I'll give you until June 1st of 2020 to pay your court costs and your public defender fees. That's over a year, and you have 30 days to appeal. Sir, you do need to abide by all trespass orders. Do you have any questions before I end your case?
Thank
All
you.
right. Good luck to you, Mr. Cheek. Ready on this step? Okay.
This is starting with felonies? Yes.
Do I need to sign this from yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. What? We'll do felonies first. All right, sir, your name, please?
Brendan Fraley.
What is it?
Brendan Fraley. John Doe.
Got it. Case number 19CF6867. Sir, you're here for charges of resisting officer with violence, open container of alcohol, and resisting officer without violence. Sir, at this time, I'm going to appoint the services of the public defender to help you with your case. I do find that there's probable cause for these offenses. I'm going to stay all the bonds. Your total bond is $1,200. Sir, what's your name?
Jason Furman.
Mr. Furman, do you already have a lawyer helping you with your possession of cannabis greater than 20 grams case?
No, I don't believe so.
We're checking. (2019) CF. Okay, so the public defender's office was previously appointed to help you with the case. They'll stay on the case. Sir, while you were out on pretrial release, it's alleged that you committed a new act of resisting officer without violence and loitering and prowling in Castleberry. Judge Harris is holding you at no bond status. I'll stay those conditions. Good luck to you, Mr. Furman. Sir, what's your name?
Matthew Ryan Graham.
Good morning, Mr. Graham. You're here in case number 19CF6850. You qualify for the services of the public defender. They'll assist you with your case. Sir, you're here for a charge of destruction of evidence as well as possession of drug paraphernalia. I find probable cause. I'll stay the bond on count 1. On count 2, I'm going to reduce that bond to $100. Your total bond is $1,100. You're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs. Do you have any questions, Mr. Graham?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Travaris Jenkins.
Oh, no. Mr. Jenkins, do you want a public defender to help you with your case from February as well as the case you were arrested for yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll go ahead and appoint the public defender in both cases. 19 CF 6832, you're here for a principal for shooting in an occupied dwelling. Sir, I do find probable cause for that offense. I'm going to, because you're already out on bond, I'm increasing that bond to $7,500. You're to have no contact with any of the victims or witnesses. You're not to return to the scene of the crime, and you're not to possess any weapons or ammunition. And then in case number 19 CF 1596AO, I do find that an information has already been filed charging you with 2 counts of delivery of cannabis for consideration of more than 20 grams and driving with license suspended. In that matter, I'm revoking your release and holding you at no bond status. One of the conditions is that you not commit any new law violations. Any modifications can be heard in front of Judge Beamer. Good luck to you, sir. Sir, what's your name?
Timothy Jordan.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Timothy Jordan.
Mr. Jordan, you're here in case number 19 CF 6854 and 19 CF 6855. I'll appoint a public defender to help you with each of these cases. On the first case, I find probable cause for the May 11th shoplifting. That bond will be stayed at $1,000, no return. And then in case number 19 CF 6855, I find probable cause for the May 9th shoplifting. I find probable cause and no return. I'll stay that bond. Your total bond in these 2 cases is $2,000, sir. The public defender's office will help you. Bond correction. Sir, what's your name?
Desmond Joshua.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Desmond Joshua.
Mr. Joshua, you're here in case number 19 CF 6833. You're here for a felony charge of resisting officer with violence as well as a trespass on property after warning. I'll appoint a public defender, and I do find probable cause. The correct bond on a resisting officer without violence is a $1,000 bond, so I'll modify that. On count 2, the trespass, I'll treat it as a subsidiary and set that bond at $100. Your total bond is $1,100, sir. You're not to return to the scene of the crime. Do you have any questions, sir?
What do I do when my girlfriend lives there? And I live with her, so.
Sir, it sounds like there's a actual trespass order. If you're not on the lease, you may have some, if you are or are not on the lease, there may be some civil remedy on one side or the other, but there has been a trespass order, so no return or abide by all trespass orders.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome, Mr. Joshua. Sir, what's your name?
John King.
Mr. King, you're here for 2 different cases. I'm going to appoint the public defender to help you with both of them. You have an active capias in case number 18 CT 9185. You missed your court date, so your bond in that matter is $5,000. And then in case number 19 CT 6843, I'll stay the bond at $1,000 or pretrial release if you qualify, with drug testing to begin anytime after June 11th. Report within 1 business day if he opts for pretrial release. Okay, so the public defender's office will assist. Yes?
Your Honor, just a correction. The correct case number is 19 CF 6843. Your Honor stated CT.
He has a capias in the CT case with the $5,000 bond. So I addressed 2 different cases, counsel.
No, yes, Your Honor, but on this one, on the possession of methamphetamine.
Okay,
Your
I'll go
Honor
ahead and
stated
correct the
19
record.
CT.
19 CF 6843 is the felony, and CT 189185 is AO is the traffic case. Good luck to you, sir. Sir, what's your name?
Jean Carlos Lopez, Montalvo.
Give me a moment. All right, in case number 19, CF 6865. Sir, I'll appoint a public defender to help you with your case. I find probable cause. Hold on just a moment. I find probable cause for the offenses of burglary of a conveyance with an assault or battery therein, aggravated battery with a deadly weapon, and criminal mischief. You are entitled to bonds as to counts 2 and 3. I do find proof evident presumption great as to count 1. What says the state as far as bond on count 1?
Your Honor, the state will defer to the court.
All right, defense counsel, anything else I need to consider? All right, I'll hold him at no bond status on count 1. On count 2, I'll set bond at $2,500. On count 3, treat it as a subsidiary and set bond at $100. Sir, you're to have no contact with the victim or any witnesses, no return to the scene of the crime, and you're not permitted to possess any weapons. If you own any weapons or ammunition, they do need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release from jail. I know I went over a lot of information. Do you have any questions for me or your lawyer?
Not really, no.
Good luck to you, Mr. Lopez Montero.
Thank you.
All right, sir, your name, please?
Kenneth Nicholas.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Kenneth Nicholas.
Mr. Nicholas, I'm appointing a public defender in your new case. That's case number 19 CF 6868. You were arrested for a charge of possession of MDMA ecstasy, resisting officer without violence, being in a park after hours, and open container. I do find probable cause. I'm going to modify the bond on count 1. Actually, it was based on the weight, I'm going to stay the bond at $15,000. And then you're also already out on court-ordered pretrial release in 19 CF 6325. One of the conditions of being out on pretrial release is that you commit no new law violations. So you'll now be held at no bond status. Your attorney can take you to see Judge White on your violations. Sir, what's your name?
James Novak.
Is he on probation?
Yes.
You don't need to say any, I was asking now. I'll appoint. Sir, do you need a public defender to help you with your case? All right, I'm going to ask you some questions to see if you qualify. There is a $50 application fee. Sir, oh, even better. Thanks, officer. Denise, does he qualify?
He qualifies.
Okay. I'll go ahead and appoint the services of the public defender to help you with your case. Sir, just a reminder, all of your statements are being recorded and can be used against you. In case number 19 CF 6852, you're here for a charge of driving with license suspended as a habitual traffic offender, and I do find probable cause for that case. And then you're also here in case number 19 CF 6851 for possession of cocaine. I also find probable cause for that too. I'll stay the bond on the driving with license suspended at $2,500. I'll treat the cocaine as a subsidiary and modify that bond to $150, so your bond is $2,650. Sir, I do want to advise you that there is a 5-day hold on you because of your probationary status, so you may be transported to Seminole County if you do bond out. Wait for, thank you, sir. What is it?
I had an order for the Seminole County case. Showed it has 3 pages.
Want me to slow down? Or take a break? Okay.
Maybe still.
Is that the co-defendant? Is that this one?
Yes.
Okay. And for the record, the Seminole County case number was 18-01869. Thank you, Denise. Here's, sir, what's your name?
Chaven Stanley.
I'm sorry, what is it?
Chaven Stanley.
Defense counsel, I will consider pretrial release. He does qualify, but he will be drug tested. Does he prefer that or monetary bond? I'll give you a moment and I'll appoint, I'll appoint the public defender in case numbers 19 CF 6845 and 19 CT 3596 AO.
We'd like to do pretrial release.
All right. In both of these cases, I find probable cause for the offenses of possession of methamphetamine, possession of cocaine, possession of cannabis, possession of drug paraphernalia, and the driving with license suspended. In all of these cases, I'm going to put you on the pretrial release program. Sir, as of today, you're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or have any drug paraphernalia. You need to report to pretrial release, and you will be drug tested anytime after June 11th, so enough time to clear your system. If you violate, you could be held at no bond status, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Good luck to you, sir.
June
June 11th.
June 11th.
Sir, what's your name?
Alan Stedman.
Mr. Stedman, you qualify for the public defender. I'll appoint them to help you with your case. I find probable cause for the charges of possession of cocaine. Do you want a public defender to also help you with your out on bond cases, Mr. Stedman?
That would be okay, ma'am.
All right, I'll appoint a public defender in case number 19 CF 6609 AO and 19 MO 886 AO. Sir, when you're already out on bond, you're not to commit any new law violations. I'm revoking your bond in the felony case and holding you at no bond status. And then in the misdemeanor case, I'll revoke your release and set bond at $100. Good luck to you, sir. I'm missing her paperwork. What's your name, ma'am?
Ashley DeLauder.
Okay, found it.
Armani Brown bonded, Your Honor.
Give me a second. Amani Brown bonded?
Yes.
What happened with Wander Main Herrera Martinez?
I don't have that. What's the deal number?
It's 19-014419.
Bonded, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, ma'am, sorry for the wait. You're here in case number 19MM4013AO. You qualify for the services of the public defender. I'm going to appoint them to help you with your case. I do find that there's probable cause for charges of possession of drug paraphernalia and trespass. Does your client want an offer in this case? All right, it's a 5-day offer, no return. Abide by all trespass orders. Ms. Stillwater, are you under the influence of any drugs, alcohol, medication, or do you have any health conditions that's affecting your understanding?
No.
And have you had enough time to talk to your attorney about your case?
Yes.
Did you read this paper before you signed it?
Yes.
For the record, you did sign it in open court. How do you plead to the charge of possession of drug paraphernalia? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
Guilty.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Guilty.
Okay. And how do you plead to the charge of trespass?
Guilty.
Has anybody forced, threatened, or coerced you to plead guilty, ma'am?
No.
Do you understand that if you were on probation when you committed these offenses, by entering a plea today, your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes, I understand.
And if you have and if you're not a United States citizen, you'll be subject to deportation by pleading to this charge. Do you understand that too, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, at this time, I'll accept your plea of guilty in case number 19MM4013AO. You're hereby adjudicated guilty of both counts. I'm sentencing you to 5 days to run concurrent on counts 1 and 2. You have credit for 1 day time served. I'll give you until June 1st of 2020 to pay your court costs and your public defender's fees, and you have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence in writing. If you can't afford counsel, one would be appointed to represent you. Do you have any questions before I end your case, ma'am?
No.
Ms. Delwater, good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, what's your name?
John Pierre Luis Hernandez Medina.
All right, sir, I'm going to appoint a public defender in your charge of petty theft. That's Orange County case number 19MM4008AO. I do find probable cause for that offense. I'm ordering no return to target, and I'm going to stay that bond at $250. Sir, you're also already out on your release on your own recognizance in case number 17MM3124 for a violation of probation on the underlying offense related to domestic violence or violation of an injunction. In that case, I'm revoking your release and holding you at no bond status, Mr. Hernandez. Do you want a public defender for your Osceola case too?
Yes.
Okay, I'll appoint a public defender as well. Good morning, sir. Can you tell me your name?
Brian Simpson.
Mr. Simpson, you're here on a charge for trespass on property after warning, and I do find there's probable cause for that. I'll appoint a public defender to help you with your case. If you would like to resolve this case, it's an adjudication 4-day offer, no return to the Orlando International Airport unless you have a valid ticket on the day of transportation, or the day of appearance, rather. Does he want to take the 4-day offer?
Yeah. No.
Do you need more time to talk to your attorney, Mr. Simpson?
No.
Mr. Simpson, how do you plead to the charge of trespass on property after warning? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
Has anybody forced, threatened, or coerced you to plead no contest?
No.
And do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, by entering a plea to this charge, you will be subject to deportation?
Yes.
If you were on probation at the time you committed this offense, your terms of probation would be violated. Do you understand that too?
Yes.
Mr. Simpson, you did enter a plea of no contest. I want to make sure you read this paper and understood it.
Yes.
And is this your signature down here?
Yeah.
At this time, I'll accept your plea of no contest. You're adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 4 days in the county jail with credit for 1 day time served. Pay your court costs and your public defender's fees by June 1st of 2020. And again, no return to the Orlando International Airport unless you have a valid ticket for transportation on that day. Good luck to you, sir. You have 30 days to appeal.
Next one, Ronnie Thomas's behavior, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. In case number 19MM4014AO, I'll reset that case for tomorrow for arraignment. I'm sorry, strike that first appearance. I do find probable cause. I'll stay that bond. Reset. Sir, what's your name?
Jasper Jackson.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson. You're here for a warrant out of Hillsborough County. You do have a bond of $2,000 for the offense of failure to redeliver a hired vehicle. You can post that bond here in Orange County, but you do need to appear for all future court dates in Hillsborough County, Florida, sir.
Okay. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Your bond is $2,000.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, give me just a moment on this. They don't have the pad up here, do they, with the new different offenses still? The different offenses, the bond schedule? Oh, here, I got it. All right, State, have you been able to establish probable cause or anything to supplement the record?
Your Honor, this is for Castle.
Yes.
Your Honor, I got in contact with the officer, and he did state that the count one, just a brief moment, Your Honor.
All right, and for the record, we're on, your name is Amanda Kessel? All right, thank you, ma'am. And again, you do have a public defender helping you with your case. What did the officer say, State?
Your Honor, as to count one, it's, the defendant was arrested for possession of methaqualone, not, with intent to sell.
But that's also different from possession of methamphetamines. You put the wrong number. He should have done a corrected affidavit.
Your Honor, in the affidavit, it actually says the defendant was arrested for possession of
But probable cause was not found for the listed offense on count one.
understood, Your Honor.
Okay. So on count one, I find no probable cause. I'll release her ROR on that case, on that count. On count two, I'll modify that bond to a primary bond, setting bond at $1,000. Count 3 and 4 will remain, so your total bond is $1,200.
Thank you.
Yeah, it just needs to match up. What's your name, ma'am?
Elizabeth Helms.
Give me one moment, Ms. Helms. What happened to Desmond Derrick? All right, in case number 19MM398080, this is a second day rollover for mental health. At this time, I'm appointing a public defender temporarily on this case. But having found probable cause, I'm staying the bond. No contact with the victim. Possess no weapons. If defendant owns any weapons, they do need to be surrendered within 6 hours of his release. And set bond, and no return to the 7-Eleven as well. Yes. Ms. Helms, I'm sorry for the wait. You're here for charges of possession of heroin and possession of cocaine in case number 19CF6788. I'm appointing a public defender to help you with both of these charges. On count one, I'll modify and reduce that bond to $100, so your total bond is $1,100. Or if you qualify for pretrial release, I'll do pretrial release with drug testing to begin anytime after June 11th. So I'll give you some options on that case. All right, give me one moment. Did Janice Negron refuse again? All right, and at this time, I'll waive her appearance. I did find probable cause. I'll stay all those bonds, reset for determination of counsel on Wednesday. Sir, what's your name?
Joshua Dillo.
Mr. Dillo, you're here for a violation of probation in case number 18CF14993. You were placed on probation, and it's alleged that while on probation, you committed a new act of aggravated assault with a firearm, as well as resisting officer without violence. And that's in case number 19CF6839. On the VOP, it's been done as an on view. You'll remain as at no bond status. And then in your new charges, the public defender is appointed. I do find probable cause for that offense. On count one, I'm setting your bond at $5,000. On count two, I'll set your bond at $1,000 for a $6,000 bond. You're not to possess any weapons. If you own any weapons or ammunition, they do need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. You're also to have no contact with any victims. or witnesses in this matter. No return to their home or where they live or work or known to frequent. Anything else on his case?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, did Your Honor order no, for the defendant to possess no weapons?
I did.
Okay, thank you.
Can you put on the paperwork? Can you bring him back? I just missed something. Can you grab him really quick? Mr. Dillo, I do want to remind you, while I did order possess no weapons, I also need to remind you that if you do have weapons, they need to be surrendered to law enforcement within 6 hours of your release from jail, and that includes any ammunition, okay? Thank you. Ma'am, what's your name?
Kayla Rivera.
Ms. Rivera, I'm going to appoint a public defender in all the cases that I'm addressing today. Give me just a moment to look at something. All right, ma'am, you're here for a violation of probation. You were placed on probation for an offense of trespass. That was a reduction from the original charges. And then you're also here in case number 19 CF 6853AO, driving with license suspended with 2 priors, as well as resisting officer without violence. Let me take a look at your driver's license history. Is it a conviction? I do find probable cause for both of those offenses. On the driving with license suspended, I'll reduce your bond to $1,000. On the resisting officer without violence, I'll stay that bond at $100, but you are being held at no bond on your violation of probation, ma'am. Good luck to you. Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Lawrence Hill.
Mr. Hill, you're here for a charge of camping. If you would like to resolve your case today, the offer is an adjudication, 2 days in the county jail. That means you would be released today, and I'd give you a year to pay your court costs. In any criminal case, you do have the right to a lawyer. Do you want to see if you qualify for a public defender?
Yes.
Okay, you need to fill out an application for a public defender. There's a $50 application fee. And the offer is going to be the same whether you want a public defender or not. Step in back and fill out an actually, we only have 2 officers.
Then I don't need her. If it's gonna be the same
Okay.
outcome.
If you change your mind during your conversation and you want a public defender, let me know. Did you read that plea form that's in front of you, sir, that paper?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. How do you plead to the charge of camping? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
And has anybody forced you to plead no contest?
No, ma'am.
And no contest means you're not admitting or denying the charge. You just believe it's in your best interest. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I saw you sign the paper in open court. Mr. Hill, do you understand that if you were on probation at the time you committed this offense yesterday, your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes,
Do you,
ma'am.
do you also understand that if you're not a United States citizen, you will be subject to deportation by pleading to this charge?
Ma'am.
Okay, and you're giving up your right to a lawyer, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
For the record, I'll find that you waived your right to counsel. You entered a plea of no contest in 19-MO-906. The camping charge, I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in the county jail with credit for 1 day time served. You'll be released this afternoon. Pay your court costs by June 1st of 2020. That's over a year, Mr. Hill, and you have 30 days to appeal. Do you have any questions, sir?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Sir, what's your name?
Alex Aldahato.
Mr. Hunter, if you would like a public defender, I can see if you qualify. The offer is going to be the same, whether you have a public defender or not. Your offer is a withhold, time served. It is a criminal history. You'd be released today, and I give you a year to pay your court costs. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case? Do you want to close your case today and plead to this charge?
Yeah.
Sir, how do you plead to the charge of disorderly conduct? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty, sir?
No contest, I guess, or?
All right, I'll accept your plea of no contest, and that means you're not admitting or denying the charge. You just feel it's in your best interest to finish your case. Is that what you would like to do, sir?
Correct, yeah.
All right, go ahead and sign the plea form if you've read the paper. And did you read the paper, sir?
Yeah, I did before.
Is there going to be any problem if I order no return to sidebar, the location of this? I'm going to order no return to the bar that you were at.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay, can you follow that?
That's fine.
Sir, do you understand that if you were on probation at the time you committed this offense, by entering a plea today, your terms of probation would be violated? Do you also understand that if you're not a United States citizen, Mr. Hunter, you will be subject to deportation by pleading to this charge?
Yeah.
Do you need any more time to talk to a lawyer about this case?
No.
At this time, I'll accept your plea of no contest in 19 MO 907AO. No return to sidebar. I'll withhold adjudication, impose a time served sentence. You'll be released today. You'll owe about $301 in court cost. I'll give you until June 1st of 2020. That's over a year to pay it, Mr. Hunter. You have 30 days to appeal the judgment and sentence. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, just because I'm on holiday at the moment, can I stay in Florida until?
You can stay in Florida. You just can't go back to that bar.
Okay. No, I was just wondering, yeah, just because you said.
All right. You would be subject to deportation if you're not a United States citizen, but you do need to pay those costs
Yeah.
beforehand, or you might have problems coming back into the U.S. in the future.
Got it.
Okay?
Thank you.
Good luck to you, Mr. Hunter.
Next one you're on the form, the plea is refusal.
All right. In Mr. Moore's case, I'll find probable cause for for a state misdemeanor violation to with trespass reset for tomorrow. Sir, what's your name?
Kenneth Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez, you're here for a county ordinance violation of soliciting without permit. You do qualify for the public defender, so they can help you with your case. The offer on this case is an adjudication, 2 days. He'd be released this afternoon, counsel. Otherwise, based on his history and the failures to appear, I would just do a bond reduction. You let me know what he wants to do.
I'd like to resolve it today, Judge.
All right. Do you need time to read the plea form, sir? Do these first or do these? Okay. Sorry. Mr. Rodriguez, did you read this paper?
Yes.
And is this your signature on it? Mr. Rodriguez, how do you plead to the charge of soliciting without permit? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
Do you need more time to talk to your lawyer about your case?
No.
Sir, do you understand that if you're not a United States citizen, by entering a plea to this charge, you will be subject to deportation?
Yes.
Do you also understand that if you have if you were on probation when you committed this offense, your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes.
At this time, the court will accept your plea of no contest, and I'll adjudicate you guilty, sentence you to 2 days in the county jail with credit for 1 day time served. Mr. Rodriguez, you'll be released this afternoon. Pay your court costs no later than June 1st of 2020. By that time, you also need to pay your $50 public defender fee, and you have 30 days to appeal, sir. Do you have any questions? All right, good luck to you, sir. Seeley. Mr. Seeley, good morning. You're here for a charge of disorderly conduct. The facts are very similar to panhandling. I find probable cause in case number 19MO909. The offer in this case is an adjudication, time served. That means you'd be released today and you'd have a year to pay your court costs. Do you need a lawyer to help you with your case?
No, ma'am.
Sir, how do you plead to the charge of disorderly conduct? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
Did anybody force you to plead no contest?
No, ma'am.
Sir, she's just handed you a paper. I'll give you a moment to sign it. make sure, did you read the paper before you signed it?
Yes.
And do you understand that if you were on probation at the time you committed this offense, by entering a plea today, your terms of probation would be violated?
Yes.
Do you also understand that if you're not a United States citizen, Mr. Seeley, you will be subject to deportation by pleading to these charges?
Yes.
All right, at this time, I'll find that you waived your right to counsel in case number 2019 MO 909. You're hereby adjudicated guilty, sentenced to time served. You'll be released today. Pay your court costs by June 1st of 2020, and you have 30 days to appeal. Sir, do you have any questions?
Nope.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Your Honor, this is the last one, besides the DV cases, and then do I see all of us? We're ready to do the 4 victims first, since they're up here, or no?
Elsie? No, the victims are going to go for, yeah. We're going to do the DV cases, the 4 victims who are here. Do we know what cases they're here on?
Yes.
Okay, sir, what's your, I'm sorry, what's your name, please?
Shanae Washington.
Shimei Washington.
Mrs. Kyrie, is mental health, Your Honor.
All right, I'll address that in just a second. Shanae Washington, case number 19MO912. You're here for being in a park after hours. I'll appoint a public defender. It's a time-served offer, or I could release the defendant ROR.
I just want to be released. No problem. No problem.
I believe she just wants ROR, Judge.
All right, I'll find probable cause for this charge. Ms. Washington, you do need to appear for all future court dates. I'll release you on your own recognizance. Do you use the post office general delivery to check your mail, or where do you get your mail at?
I get it at the post office.
Okay, so you do general delivery?
Yeah, I do general delivery.
All right, can you, counsel, can you fill out paperwork so she can get general delivery so she doesn't fail to appear for any future court dates? Can we give her a change of address form, please? Do we have that? Do we not have change of address forms anymore?
I never seen one, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, we'll go ahead and just do general delivery at the post office at 32801 for her mailing address. Okay, then on record on case number, thank you. Hold on just a moment, sir.
This is Jeffrey DeJour, that's the first plea.
Okay, give me just a moment to do Makia Tyree. All right, I find probable cause in 19MO910AO. I'll reset till tomorrow. What's the first litigant's name again?
Jeffrey DeJour. He's the second felony.
I'll figure it.
Give me 1 second, sorry. What was the name again? The second one, DeJour?
Denise, I can pull it up so you don't even need to find me.
You sure? Because give me a few minutes.
Who's after me?
Number 4.
Okay. Are you Jeffrey DeJour?
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, you're here for felony case number 19CF6829. You qualify for a public defender. They'll help you with your case. I find probable cause for a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Ma'am, please raise your right hand. I'll have you sworn in. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. Thank you. What's your name, ma'am?
Marconessa Guerriere.
Miss Guerriere, how do you know Mr. DeJour?
He's my husband.
Were you living together at the time of this incident?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you afraid of your husband?
No, Your Honor.
Do you want him to return home?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there any drugs or alcohol involved in this?
No, Your Honor.
And there were 2 attorneys in the courtroom. They can ask you some questions. I'll begin with the state.
If a situation like this ever happens again, will you call 911?
Yes.
Any other questions?
Nothing further.
Defense counsel, any questions?
No, Judge.
All right, Mr. DeJour, I'm going to set a bond in this case. I'm setting your bond at $3,500. Mr. DeJour, you're to have no hostile contact with your wife. That means you can't do anything to harm, threaten, scare, or intimidate her. Additionally, you're not allowed to have any weapons or ammunition. If you do, it needs to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release from jail. Sir, do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Guerrero, do you have any questions for me?
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the question, ma'am?
Will he be released today?
He does have a bond. The bond is $3,500.
Okay.
All right, any other questions, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. McDonald,
Yes.
what's your first name, sir?
Thomas.
All right, Mr. McDonald, you're here in case number 19MM4019, as well as 19CF687080. You qualify for a public defender. They'll help you with both of these cases. In the misdemeanor case, you were arrested for battery domestic violence. And in the felony case, you're here for child abuse. I find probable cause for both of these charges. Ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give today is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. Are you Christina McDonald?
Yes.
And how are you related to Thomas McDonald?
It's my husband.
Are you in fear of him?
No.
Okay. Do you want to have contact with him?
Yes.
Now, the kids, do they live with you?
Yes.
And does Thomas also live in the home?
Yes.
Is there somewhere else where Thomas can live while this case gets investigated?
I mean, I suppose so, but I don't think he needs to be. I feel like this was blown way out of proportion. This is not.
Alcohol was a factor in this, right, ma'am?
Yeah, we were away for Mother's Day weekend, so we had been having drinks by the pool, but it was we just got into an argument that just got a little out of hand, and he is not a child abuser.
Okay. How old is Mia?
She's 8.
Give me just a moment. But you live here in Orange County, right?
Yes.
Okay, I have a prosecutor from the state and his attorney. They're both available, and they're going to ask you some questions. State, your witness.
If a situation like this ever happens again, will you call 911?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Give me a moment. The second child, you have 2 children together?
Yes.
Are there any other children or other people who live in the house with you?
No, just our family.
Okay, so you have Mia, who's 8. What's the name of your other child?
Thomas the third.
And how old is he?
7.
Okay. All right. Defense counsel, do you have any questions for Ms. McDonald?
No, Judge.
State, what's your position on no unsupervised contact with the children?
Your Honor, at this time, the state would be asking for no contact with either victim, the 2 children that live in the home, and the victim of the domestic battery.
All right, ma'am. He can have contact with you, but until the Department of Children and Families investigates this a little bit further and we get more information, he's to have no contact with the kids. So it sounds like you will need to reside somewhere else because the kids will stay with your wife. You can communicate with your wife by telephone outside of the house, but the kids cannot be present. I'm also ordering, sir, that you not possess any weapons. If there are any weapons in the home, they do need to be no return to the residence. So here's what I'm going to do. I'll allow you to contact the police department within a couple hours of your release. They'll arrange to meet you, escort you to the home so you can collect some of your belongings. After that, you can't return. If you do own any weapons, you're not allowed to anymore. They need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release. I'm also ordering that you not possess, use, or consume any alcohol or any illegal drugs. On the child abuse case, I'll set bond at $1,000. On the battery domestic violence, I'm setting your bond at $100 for a total of $1,100. Mr. McDonald, do you have any questions for me or your lawyer?
No.
Okay, Ms. McDonald, do you have any questions for me?
No.
All right, good luck to you, ma'am. And both of you need to comply with Department of Children and Families and their investigation and hearing process. Good luck to you. Sir, what's your name?
Gerard Curry, ma'am.
Mr. Curry, you're here for a charge of battery domestic violence in case number 19MM4004. I'm going to appoint a public defender, and I do find that there's probable cause for this offense. Are you Brittany Newsom?
Yes.
All right. Ms. Newsom, have we had court together before?
Yes, for my traffic ticket. I remember your face.
For what?
Traffic ticket.
Okay. All right, Ms. Curry, how do you, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Curry, how do you know, Ms. Newsom, how do you know Mr. Curry?
He's my husband.
Are you afraid of your husband?
No, not at all.
Do you feel safe living together?
Yes.
Do you want him to return home?
Yes.
Okay. Are you afraid to call the police if something if something happens in the future?
No.
Okay. State, any questions? Defense, any questions?
No, Judge.
Sir, I'm going to put you on the pretrial release program. You're to have no hostile contact with Ms. Newsom. That means you can't do anything to harm, threaten, scare, or intimidate her. Additionally, you're not allowed to have any weapons. If you do own any weapons, they do need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release. Sir, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Newsom, do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right, good luck to both of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Portia Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Give me just a moment.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, raise your right hand to the best you can. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give today is the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Sir, your name, please.
David Yeomans.
Mr. Humans, how do you know Ms. Smith?
She's my wife.
Were you living together at the time of this incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you afraid of your wife?
No, ma'am.
Do you want her to return home?
Yes, ma'am.
And you live in North Carolina, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was alcohol or drugs a factor in any of this?
Just a few drinks, and it's just a little argument, and it was just kind of a misunderstanding.
Okay. And would you be afraid to call the police if something happened in the future?
No, ma'am.
All right, at this time, I'm going to set her bond at $500. I'm ordering no hostile contact with anybody in your family. That means you can't do anything to harm, threaten, scare, or intimidate them. I'm also ordering that you not possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or alcohol. You can't have any weapons. If you have any weapons here in Orange County, they need to be surrendered within 2 hours of your release to law enforcement. If you have any in your North Carolina home, show them a copy of the order, surrender your weapons within 6 hours of returning home to North Carolina. Do you have any questions, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
All right, do you have any questions, sir?
Yeah, can I pay that here?
You can pay that downstairs.
Okay.
All right, good luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jonathan Bloomquist?
Your Honor, we have one more victim.
Okay, what's the case name that he or she is here on?
Bridgewater.
Who? I'm sorry.
Bridgewater.
Bridgewater. Good morning.
How you doing?
I don't have that paperwork. Thank you. Ma'am, your name, please?
Brian Bridgewater.
Miss Bridgewater, you're here at case number 19 M314AA for a charge of battery. It is domestic in nature. I'm going to appoint a public defender, and I do find probable cause. Sir, what's your name?
Larry Harrison.
Mr. Harrison, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you'll give today is the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you living together at the time of this offense?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you want her to return home?
Yes, ma'am, because we stay in Georgia and we leave tomorrow. I
Okay.
don't know
Are
what
you
to
afraid
do.
of her?
No, ma'am.
If you are become afraid of her in the future, would you call the police?
No, ma'am.
So if she committed a crime against you, would you call the police?
Yes.
Okay. Any questions, state or defense?
No, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, based on your criminal history and the facts of this case, I'm setting your bond at $500, Ms. Bridgewater. No hostile contact with Mr. Harrison. You can't do anything to harm, threaten, scare, or intimidate him. And you can't have any weapons. If you do have any weapons, they just need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release from jail. Okay, ma'am? Do you have any questions? And Mr. Harrison, do you have any questions?
No, I'm just tell her I'm gonna get her out today. I'm gonna try to get her out.
Okay, she can hear everything you're saying.
I'll do anything to get her out. 'Cause
All right.
I'm leaving tomorrow, and I can't have her in here like that. And I ain't got nowhere else to go.
All right,
She's my legal guardian.
okay. And
Yes, ma'am.
I'll modify that bond to $250.
Okay.
All right,
Thank
thank you. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and take Osceola. This will give you time to talk to him and go over any of the other cases. How many more oranges do we have? All right, are we ready at Osceola?
Yes, we are, Judge.
All right, thank you. When I call your name, please step up to the podium. Can I get appearance for the Public Defender's Office in Osceola and from Corrections?
Yes, Javier Chavez on behalf of the Public Defender's Office.
John Marino on behalf of PTR.
Okay, thank you. The first case is, the first litigant is Sean Andrew Chalan. Chunalal, Chunilall. Do I need an does he need an interpreter?
You need an interpreter? He speaks English, Judge.
All right. Sir, you're here for a violation of community control. I'll appoint a public defender. You'll remain at no bond status. Good luck to you, sir. David Michael Covert is next.
Mr. Colbert?
Colbert. David Michael Covert. Is he not there?
Oh, he's getting up, Judge.
There's nothing for me to sign. I've already done that. All right, sir, I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case. You're here for a charge of grand theft, and I do find probable cause. Your bond is set at $500, sir. Good luck to you.
Okay.
The next person is Rudy Edwards. After Mr. Edwards, I will be calling Robert Farthing. Rudy Edwards, after that is Farthing. Good morning, are you Mr. Edwards? Sir, I can't hear you. Your name? Help the mic.
Rudy.
All right, Mr. Edwards, you're here for 3 different cases. In case number 18 CF 1575AO, if you don't have a public defender, they'll help you with your case. You missed your court date, so you're being held at no bond status. In case number 16 CF 1614, you missed your court date. You're being held at no bond status as well. And in case number 16 CF 1599. You missed your court date and you remain at no bond status. Your public defender will assist you with the case. Good luck to you, sir. You can have a seat. Thank you. Robert Farthing. After Mr. Farthing is Rita Files. All right, are you Robert Farthing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Farthing, you're here for a charge of battery. I do find that there's probable cause. You are entitled to a monetary bond. Do you and Jared live together?
Not at the moment after the incident.
I'm sorry, can you pull the mic closer so I can hear you?
Sorry, after the incident, it was requested that Jared be returned to their rescinding state. He was placed to an ICPC.
Okay. All right, well, if Jared has not left the home, you need to maintain a separate residence. You cannot have any contact with Jared nor go to where he lives. If he's living there, you're not allowed to have any weapons. If you do own any weapons, they do need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release from jail. I'm setting bond in this matter at $1,000. Good luck to you. The public defender's office will assist you. Rita Files, and after that, I'm going to call Johnny Fisher. And on Mr. Farthing's case, you're not to have any weapons. Weapons to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. Are you Rita Files? Ms. Files, I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with the case of battery. I do find that there's probable cause. You need to maintain a separate residence from the victim. You're to have no contact with the victim, and you're not permitted to possess any weapons. If you do own any weapons, they do need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release. You also are to have no contact with the witness, Jasmine. In this matter, I'm setting your bond at $1,000. Good luck to you, ma'am. Public defender is appointed. Oh, strike the public defender. She's going to hire her own attorney. So I'm calling Johnny Fisher next. After that, I'm calling Jesse Jennings. Good morning. Are you Mr. Fisher?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Mr. Fisher, you're here for a charge of driving under the influence. I'm appointing a public defender in that matter. I find probable cause. You're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or have any alcohol while out on bond. In that matter, your bond is $500. Then you're also here for a charge of trafficking in cocaine greater than 28 grams, as well as possession of drug paraphernalia. I find probable cause in that matter as well. I'm going to stay those bonds. So your total bond in that case is $50,500. Thank you. Jesse Jennings is next. Please come to the podium, followed by Kevin Jimenez Rowland. Are you Jesse Jennings?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Jennings, you're here for a warrant. For a violation of probation. You're being held at no bond status. And the public defender's office will assist you with this case. This is a warrant out of Osceola County. Or, I'm sorry, strike that. Is that Alachua County?
Yes.
Strike that, strike that. It's actually an Alachua County warrant, and you do have a bond. The bond is $525. You can bond out. If you can't afford that bond, you'll be transported by the government to Alachua County.
Is that 5,000 or 500? So
You're not entitled to a public defender here in Osceola.
So like if it's 10%,
Okay, thank you.
I need 100 or I need
The next person is Kevin Jimenez Rowland. After that is David Noel Mark Rands. Good morning, Mr. Jimenez Rowland.
Good morning.
Sir, you're going to have a public defender in all three of the cases that I'm addressing today. You're here for a violation of probation or community control for the charges of grand theft. An on-view has been done in all of your violations of probation, so in those two cases, you'll remain at no bond status. I do find probable cause for the charge of no motor vehicle registration and operating a motorcycle without license. In that case, I'll reduce your bond to $100 apiece. Total bond on your new offenses is $200. Good luck to you, sir. The next case is David Macrans, followed by Mr. Macrans. It's going to be Earl Miller. Mr. Macrans, good morning. You're here for a warrant out of Polk County, Florida. You missed your court date. You do have a bond of $500. If you don't post it, you'll be transported to Polk County. If you do post it, you need to make sure you appear for all future court dates. Good luck to you, sir. Errol Miller is next. After Mr. Miller, it's going to be Antonio Neves. Mr. Miller,
Good morning, ma'am.
you're here for a charge of battery by strangulation, false imprisonment, as well as tampering with the witness. I'm appointing a public defender to help you with your criminal charges, and I do find probable cause. Corrections before I set a bond. Does he have any history of any violent crimes?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I know
All right.
everything that she's done.
Yeah, don't say anything about the case. All right.
Corrections, I'm sorry, nothing?
Yeah. No, Your Honor, he doesn't.
Okay, any other criminal history or failures to appear corrections?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. On count one, I'm setting bond at $3,500. Count two, $150, and count three, $150. Your total bond is $3,800. Sir, you're to have no contact with the victim. You must maintain a separate residence. I'm going to allow for a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer at that time. You also are not permitted to have any weapons. If you own any weapons, they need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release from jail. You cannot live where she's living. Thank you.
Thank you.
Antonio Neves is next. Following Mr. Neves is going to be Alex Perez Lopez. Mr. Neves, you qualify for the Public Defender Services. I'm going to appoint them to help you with all of your cases. You're here for introduction of contraband into a detention facility, possession of a controlled substance without a prescription, and possession of drug paraphernalia. I find probable cause for all of those. On the count two, I'll modify that bond to $150. Count three, I'll modify that bond to $100. Then you're also here in a second case for possession of marijuana and possession of drug paraphernalia. I find probable cause. I'll modify both of those bonds to $100 apiece. And then you're here for driving with license suspended and no motor vehicle registration. I'm going to also treat those as subsidiaries, finding probable cause. Those bonds are $100 apiece as well. Thank you, Mr. Neves.
How much is the bond total?
1,000, 150, 100, 125, 3, 4, 5, 6. Your total bond is $1,650, sir.
Appreciate it.
Alex Perez Lopez. Followed by Mr. Lopez, it's going to be Thomas Rene Ramos. Corrections, I'm going to need to hear from you on this domestic. Good morning, Mr. Alex Joel Perez Lopez. You're here for a charge of battery domestic violence. I'm appointing a public defender to help you with your case, and I do find that there's probable cause in this offense. You are entitled to a bond. Corrections, does Mr. Perez Lopez have any criminal history?
I'm sorry, Judge. He doesn't speak English.
All right,
So do you
reset
wanna
to
skip
Spanish
on this, or-
interpreter.
or do you have- Okay.
Madam Interpreter, can you hear me?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, you're here for a charge of battery domestic violence, and I do find probable cause in this case.
Señor, usted
Corrections,
se encuentra acá por una acusación de agresión física por violencia doméstica. Determino que existe indicio de criminalidad en su caso.
corrections, does he have any criminal history?
No, Your Honor, he doesn't.
You are entitled to a monetary bond, sir. I'm going to set it at $1,000. You're to have no contact with Carol or Angelica while this case is going on. You
Al
also
Departamento de
are not,
Correccionales.
you can go ahead and translate.
¿El Departamento de Correccionales, él tiene antecedentes penales? No. Señor, usted tiene derecho a que se le fije fianza. En su caso, fijaré la fianza en cantidad de $1,000. Se le prohíbe a usted todo tipo de contacto, ya sea con Carol o con Angélica, mientras el caso esté pendiente.
You're not to possess, use, or consume any alcohol, any illegal drugs. You're not to have any weapons. If you have any weapons, they need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release.
A usted se le prohíbe consumir todo tipo de bebida alcohólica y de drogas ilegales. También se le prohíbe la tenencia de armas de fuego. Si tiene armas, tendrá que entregarlas en un plazo de 6 horas, luego de que sea puesto en libertad de la cárcel.
No return to the residence. And I'll allow a one-time return with a police officer so you can collect some belongings. After that, you can't return.
Se le prohíbe regresar a las residencias. Se le permitirá regresar una única vez, acompañado de las autoridades, a recuperar sus pertenencias. Luego de esa única vez no podrá regresar.
Bond set at $1,000.
Y la fianza se ha fijado en cantidad de $1,000.
Thank you. Next is Thomas Ramos. Good morning, Mr. Ramos. You're here for a charge of battery. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case. Counsel, can I talk to him?
Okay. Yes, Judge.
All right. Mr. Ramos, good morning. You're here for a charge of battery. I do find probable cause. You are entitled to a monetary bond, and I'm appointing a public defender to help you with your case. Corrections, do you have any history?
Yes, Your Honor. He doesn't have any Florida priors. However, he does have priors dating back to 1997 in California for carrying a loaded firearm, eluding a peace officer, multiple DUIs in 2007, a battery DV in 2008, vandalism in 2010, hit and run, also another DUI in
Thank you. All right, sir, based on your lack of ties to the community, your criminal history, and the facts of this case, I'm setting your bond at $3,000. I'm ordering that you have no contact with Lisa. You must maintain a separate residence from her. You can't go back to where she lives. And you're also ordered not to possess any weapons. If you own any weapons, they need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release from jail. And you're not to possess, use, or consume any alcohol or any illegal drugs. No contact. Thank you. The next person is Maria Rivera, followed by Maria Rivera is Sunny Rivera. Good morning, Ms. Rivera. You're here for a charge of petty theft. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case. I find probable cause for this offense. I'm going to stay your bond at $1,000. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next person is Sunny Rivera. Mr. Rivera, you're here for a charge of trespass. I find probable cause for this offense. I'm going to appoint a public defender. I'll stay the bond at $500. Thank you, sir. The next person is Christian Rivera Rodriguez. After Mr. Rivera Rodriguez is Daniel Shepard. Are you Christian Rivera Rodriguez?
He hasn't been brought, Judge, so we're going to ask that he be reset for Monday.
All right, I find probable cause for the charges of battery and assault. He does have a bond. I'll reset him till tomorrow. Okay, the next person is Daniel Shepard. After Mr. Shepard is Ileana Valentin Felix. Mr. Shepard, you're here for two different cases,
Yes, ma'am.
and I'm going to appoint a public defender in both of them. You're here for either a violation of probation/community control. The underlying offense is battery domestic violence. You're going to be held at no bond on that violation. Because I do find probable cause for a new offense of resisting officer without violence, you are entitled to a bond in that matter. I'll set that bond at $1,000. You're not to possess any weapons, nor are you to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or alcohol. Thank you, Mr. Shepard. The PD's office will help you with your case.
Thank you. Have a good day, Your Honor.
I set it at 500. I mean, 1,000 rather. Osceola, my clerk has tried to reach you on Mr. Shepard's case. What was the original bond on his resisting? It was a cross out? Was it a 500 or 1,000?
We're looking it up, Judge.
All right. Somebody tell me.
We can't find the amount, Judge.
Look at the booking inmate number.
Judge, it looks like it was $500.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Ileana Valentin Felix. Miss Valentin Felix, do you want a public defender to help you with your case, or are you going to hire your own attorney?
She needs an interpreter, Judge.
Madam Interpreter, can we go online?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss Valentin, I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case.
Señora Valentín, le designaré un defensor público para que le asista en su caso.
You're here for a charge of driving with license suspended.
Usted se encuentra acá por la acusación de conducir con la licencia suspendida.
I find probable cause.
Determino que existe indicio de criminalidad.
I'll set your bond at $100.
Y le fijo la fianza en cantidad de $100.
Actually, I might correct that. Corrections, does she have any priors besides the DWLS?
No, Your Honor, she doesn't.
All right, I'll release her ROR.
De hecho, permítame corregir eso. Al Departamento Correccional, ¿ella tiene antecedentes además de este? No. Bien, pues entonces la pondré en libertad bajo palabra.
PC found, yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Gracias, señora.
Key Short Johnson is next, followed by Mr. Johnson and Xavier McCovery.
Morning.
Sir, you're here for a violation of pretrial release conditions. I'll appoint a public defender in this matter. Corrections, is he already out on bond or release conditions?
One second, Your Honor. I believe you. Yes, Your Honor, he is.
Okay, what's that case number?
She didn't write it. It's 18 3417.
In that case, I do find probable cause for a violation of his pretrial release conditions, and he'll be held at no bond status. In this new case, for violation of pretrial release conditions, he is entitled to a bond. The bond will be $1,000. You're to have no contact with your mother, Arlene Johnson, and you're not to possess any weapons. All weapons to be surrendered within 3 hours of your release from jail, and no return to where she lives or works. Thank you. Next up is Xavier McHumphrey. After that is William Flores Figueroa. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 14, 16, 18. All right, sir, your name, are you Xavier McHumphrey? Sir, you're here for a warrant. It's a warrant for 1 count of burglary of a dwelling, where you're being held at no bond status, 3 counts of criminal mischief. Each count has a bond of $250. You're here for 18 counts of burglary of a conveyance. Each count is at $1,000 bond. You're here for 4 counts of petty theft. Those bond amounts are $250 per count. And finally, you're here for 4 counts of grand theft. Each bond is $1,000 per count. So your total bond in this matter is no bond plus $23,750. Sir, you'll be transported. That case will be addressed in the trial division in Osceola County. Good luck to you, sir. Is it Polk or? I'm sorry, it's a Polk County case? Thank you. Thank you, correct, Denise. William Figueroa.
Hello.
Good morning, sir. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case. You're here for possession of cocaine, possession of marijuana under 20 grams, possession of drug paraphernalia, and tampering with evidence. I'm going to modify your bonds if I find probable cause. On the marijuana charge, your bond is $100. The paraphernalia bond, your bond is $100. On the cocaine, your bond is $150. I'll stay the bond on the tampering. So I did do some bond reductions. Good luck to you, sir. Chris Yamil Santana Rosario, and after that, it's going to be Stephen Malero Rosario. Are you Chris Yamil Santana?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, sir, you're here for strong armed robbery. I'm ordering that you have no contact with the victim. I'm also ordering no return to the scene of the crime and possess no weapons. Your bond will be stayed at $5,000, and I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case. Thank you, sir. The next person I'm addressing is Stephen Rosario. After that, it's Tanya Claudette Ruby. Mr. Rosario?
Speak English, Judge.
Pardon me?
He needs a Spanish interpreter. He
Madam
needs a Spanish interpreter, Judge.
Thank you. Spanish interpreter, let's go online.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir, you're here for a charge of strong armed robbery. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you with your case. You're to have no contact with any of the victims or witnesses. You're also to have no contact with Ashley Marie Maldonado Lopez. Your bond is going to be stayed at $5,000. No return, and you're not to possess any weapons. If you own any weapons, they do need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release from jail.
Señor, usted se encuentra acá por una acusación de robo con fuerza. Se designa al defensor público para que le represente. Usted se le prohíbe todo contacto con las víctimas y con los testigos del caso. También se le prohíbe el contacto con Ashley Marie Maldonado López. Su fianza permanecerá en cantidad de $5,000. Se le prohíbe regresar al lugar de los hechos y se le prohíbe la tenencia de armas. Si tiene armas, deberá entregarlas a las autoridades en un plazo de 6 horas, luego de que sea puesto en libertad de la cárcel.
Thank you, sir.
¿Puedo hacer una pregunta? ¿Puedo hacer una pregunta?
May I ask a question?
Sir, your statements are being recorded and can be used against you. You can arrange for any questions with your attorney.
Señor, todo lo que usted diga quedará grabado y se podrá usar en su contra. Haga las preguntas a través de su abogado.
Defense counsel, do you want him to say something? Okay.
I'm going to talk to him after we're done, Judge.
All right, the next person is Tanya Claudette Ruby.
She wasn't brought, Judge. You want to just add this as an add-on for Monday?
I'll go ahead and do that. I'll find probable cause for the charge of robbery, sudden snatching. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Judge.
We need clarification from Osceola on defendant. Okay, that was, I need to clarify the record on Keysort Emmanuel Johnson. Give me a moment to find his. Was he out on bond in that MM case, 18 MM 3410, or was he on pretrial release corrections? Corrections? Hi.
Yes, ma'am.
On Keysort Johnson, he had open case 18 MM 3410, the domestic with his mom. Was he put on bond status or pretrial release?
It was a bond with PTR.
So I'm revoking and forfeiting his bond and his pretrial release. Thank you, sir. We'll go offline.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a good weekend, everybody. All right, let's go ahead and do the Orange counties.
Your Honor, may the interpreter be excused? You're very welcome. You as well.
Okay, back to the Orange County court cases. Oh, you're gonna. Okay, got it. Your name, please?
Michelle Zuki.
You're here in case number 19 CF 687280 for the charge of aggravated battery. It is domestic in nature, and I do find that there's probable cause. I'll start by appointing a public defender. I'm ordering no contact with the victim, maintain a separate residence. You can do a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. Possess no weapons. All weapons need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. Based on your criminal history and the facts of this case, I'm setting your bond at $4,000. Good luck to you, ma'am. Patrick Gould is next.
We did Patrick Gould. No, we didn't. No, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Come on, Gould. Do you want me to put Bloom Court Splash on it, or?
Whenever you want to work them in.
Okay.
Robin, I mixed up my face sheets, so can you? Yes. Patrick Gould, you're here in case number 19 CF 6864 for the charge of battery by strangulation. Sir, I'm not sure if you qualify for a public defender in this matter. Do you support anybody?
No.
Okay, is your take-home pay $3,500 per month, or is it less afterwards?
Correct.
It's $3,500, okay. You make too much money to qualify for a public defender. You will get a bond in this case, but you'll need to hire your own attorney if you choose. You're to have no contact with the victim in this case, James Harper. You're also to maintain a separate residence. You can't go to where he lives, works, or is known to frequent. I'm also ordering that you not have any weapons. If you own any weapons, they do need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release from jail. And you're not to possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or have any alcohol. And you need to abide by all terms of the injunction. Do you have any questions, sir?
No.
Okay, good luck to you.
What was the bond amount on that, Judge?
Pardon me?
What was the bond amount?
I'm sorry. The bond amount on that case, based on, it's $2,500. Thank you. Your name, ma'am?
Yolanda Boone.
Miss Boone, you're here for a charge of aggravated assault, dating violence. I'm going to appoint a public defender to help you in case number 19 CF 6862. I do find probable cause for this offense. Considering your criminal history and the facts of this case, here are your bond and release conditions. Your bond in this case is going to be $2,500. You're to have no contact with Takari Knight. You need to maintain a separate residence. I'll allow a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. Possess no weapons. All weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release from jail. Do you have any questions, Ms. Boone? All right, good luck to you. Charles McGee is next. Mr. McGee, you're here for a charge of aggravated battery domestic violence, and I do find that there's probable cause for this offense. I'm also going to appoint a public defender in case 19 CF 6863. You're to have no contact with the victim, Vanessa Rush McGee. You need to maintain a separate residence from where she lives. You can't go, I'll give you a one-time, hold on a moment. Okay, no return to the residence. I'm also ordering that you not possess, use, or consume any illegal drugs or alcohol, that you have no weapons, all weapons to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release. I'll do a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. Based on these facts and your criminal history, I'm setting your bond at $4,000. Good luck to you, Mr. McGee.
Is there any way I could get a lower bond? I just got his job and I need to try to get out to go to work.
Defense counsel, anything else I need to consider?
Please.
No, Judge.
Sir, based on the number of criminal episodes you have in your history, including violent offenses, I'm denying that request. Bond is also a consideration of whether you'll appear or not, and
It's like, what, 16 years?
denied. Who's he? The Osceola? Yeah.
Well, we're not here to talk about the case.
So then how did he go to our house? Reset it to tomorrow just in case.
Okay.
And I'll message.
Okay, I can give you the person's name that you don't need.
Okay. Sir, what's your name?
David Riles.
Mr. Riles, you already have a public defender in the case in which you're out on bond. That
Right.
case number is 19 CF 6054AO. I find probable cause in case number 19 CF 6871AO. That's your new case. I'm going to appoint a public defender. Do you want a public defender in your new case too?
Could it be noted that my dad has dementia, and I'm dealing with him? I was
Sir-
just here, I was here last week, and
I
yes, I
know
like
you
the
were.
public
Do you want a
defender.
public defender to help you with your new case that you were
Yeah,
arrested for?
yes, please.
All right, I'm going to appoint a public defender in that case ending in 6871. Hold on a second. What? Yes. So on the out on bond case, I'm revoking your release in 19 CF 6054AO. He already has a PD in that case. On the new case, I find probable cause. I'm ordering no contact with the victim, Juliet Riles. Maintain a separate residence, possess no weapons, weapons to be surrendered within 4 hours of release. And he is entitled to a bond on the new case. I'm setting bond at $4,000 on count 1 and $500 on count 2.
Your Honor, I was dog bit. They didn't, it's very severe dog bit. Can I go back to the hospital and get stitches? They need stitches
There is a
bad.
medical unit here in the jail. They'll assist you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Let them know. No. Sir, what's your name?
Brennan Sermon.
Mr. Sermon, you're here in case number 19 CF 6849 for charges of battery by strangulation, as well as resisting officer without violence. I find probable cause for the offenses. I'm ordering no contact with Tiffany Seymour and Angela Slappy. Maintain a separate residence. You're not to go back to where they're living. I'm also ordering that you not possess any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered to the police department within 6 hours of your release. I'll do a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. On the battery by strangulation, I'm setting your bond at $3,000. On the resisting officer without violence, I'll modify that bond to $100. Good luck to you, Mr. Sermon. Your public defender can help you.
I have a question about seeing my daughter. 'cause
All right, I
it's
did
an
no
app-
contact. You signed the paperwork. You're not to contact her even for purposes of the child, sir. While this case is pending, your attorney can assist you with modification of that. Diana Flippo. Are you Miss Flippo?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am. You're here for a charge of battery, domestic violence, and I do find that there's probable cause. You're to have no contact with Matthew Moore. You need to maintain a separate residence. I can do a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. You're not to possess any weapons. Weapons need to be surrendered within 6 hours of your release from jail. And I'll do a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. The facts include alcohol, so I'm going to order no alcohol consumption while this case is going on. Based on your criminal history, I'm going to set your bond in this matter at $2,000. Good luck to you, ma'am.
Was the public defender appointed?
Yes, ma'am, the public defender is appointed. Your name, ma'am?
Connie Hamilton.
Ms. Hamilton, I'm going to appoint a public defender in misdemeanor case number 19MM316AA for the charge of battery. It is domestic in nature. You're to have no contact with Albert Gannon. Your bond is going to be set at $1,000. You must maintain a separate residence. I'll do a one-time return so you can collect your belongings as long as you have a police officer with you. And any weapons need to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release. No weapons or ammunition. Sir, what's your name?
First name Maxon, last name Noel.
Mr. Noel, you're here for a charge of battery, domestic violence. Let me ask you some questions. I'm not sure if you qualify for a public defender. Do you support anybody?
Myself and my girlfriend.
Does your girlfriend work?
No.
It says that you earn $600 a week. Is that before taxes or after taxes?
That's about after tax.
Okay. One dependent, does he qualify?
600 after taxes.
Per week?
Per week.
Yes.
He qualifies.
All right, you do qualify for a public defender. I'm imposing the $50 application fee to help you with your case. Sir, I find probable cause for the charge of battery, domestic violence. You're to have no contact with the victim, Guevara Julian, and you must maintain a separate residence. You can't go back to where the victim lives, but I will allow for a one-time return as long as you have a police officer accompanying you, so you need to arrange for that beforehand. And you're not to possess any weapons. Weapons to be surrendered to the sheriff's office or jail or police department within 4 hours of your release. Any questions can be addressed to your attorneys, defense counsel, state anything else.
It appears he qualifies for direct pretrial release.
Without having heard from the victim, I'm going to deny that request at this time.
And the bond is set at what?
500. Sir, what's your name?
Victor William Vitale.
Mr. Vitale, you're here for a charge of battery, domestic violence.
Yes.
I find probable cause. You're to have no contact with Nicholas El Masari. You must maintain a separate residence. You can't go back to where the victim lives. I'll allow for a one-time return as long as you're accompanied by a police officer. You're to possess no weapons. Weapons to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release from jail. I'm setting this bond at $500. And the PD is appointed to help you with your case. Thank you, Mr. Vitale. Give me a moment on the next case. All right, your name, please?
Mario Walkers.
Okay, FYI, he is out on bond and has a trial pending in front of Judge Barber, Division 16. He already has a public defender. On the out on bond case, I'm going to revoke his release and hold him at no bond to all counts. For the record, that's case number 14 CF 14279AO. Sir, you're here, and that's based on my finding of probable cause, bless you, in case number 19 MM 223AE, where I'm appointing a public defender. Sir, you're here for a charge of battery. I do find probable cause. You're to have no contact with Barry Ed Smith or any other victims. You're not to possess any weapons. All weapons to be surrendered within 4 hours of your release from jail. You must maintain a separate residence from the victim. And your bond in that matter is going to be set at $1,000. Thank you, Mr. Walker. Thank you. You ready for the plea on the next case? Recall on Mr. Bloomquist. State Defense, can you approach? All right. Readdressing Mr. Bloomquist. Mr. Bloomquist, let me ask you some questions. How do you plead to the charge of resisting officer without violence? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
How do you plead to the charge of petty theft? Guilty, no contest, or not guilty?
No contest.
And how do you plead to the charge of criminal mischief?
No contest.
Sir, did you read this paper and sign it?
Yeah.
Sir, do you understand that if you were on probation at the time you committed these offenses, by entering a plea today, your terms of probation would be violated? Do you understand that?
Yes.
And if you're not a United States citizen, you'll be subject to deportation by pleading to these charges, Mr. Bloomquist. Do you understand that too?
Yes.
All right. And are you satisfied with the services of your lawyer?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, I'll go ahead and find that with the benefit of counsel, you've entered pleas of no contest. You're adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 7 days in the county jail with credit for 2 days' time served. Pay your court costs no later than June 1st of 2020. And this is a concurrent sentence as to counts 1, 2, and 3. You have 30 days to appeal. Good luck to you, sir. Anything else? All right, court's adjourned.
Bond court is a free service, but it takes several hours of my time every day. Less than 10% of Bond court viewers hit the like button, and less than 1% leave a comment. If you want Bond court to continue to be available on YouTube for free, then please hit the like button and leave a comment on all of my videos.